All right, what's going on, chat? Good afternoon. Oh, I forgot to turn my camera on. All right. All right. Also, the matchmaking into bad matchups? No, that's not a thing. You don't get paired into bad matchups. I just read something about rigged shuffle. What's this? That's not a thing. People come up with excuses why they lose so many games of Pokemon because they're bad at Pokemon. It has to be that they get paired into bad matchups and that the shuffler is broken, but it's really that they're just bad at Pokemon. But they're not trying to improve. They're not trying to take responsibility for their lack of skill. So instead they're like, well, I always get shuffled into bad hands, I always draw dead, and I always get paired into bad matchups. I get paired into the same opponent 2 games in a row. That is real. Which is also something I'm not a big fan of, but I don't know how generally people feel about that. So you're going to Vegas regionals? Use the command in the title. PTCGL's worst thing is when live doesn't automatically give me a win. Where are my dubs? Where are the dubs? Why the heck don't I draw the most optimal hand every game? It's a good question. John Pikachu always in the prizes. There's this bug where every time I play the Slow King deck, I lose. How will they solve this? Rather not play the same person twice within an hour. We could maybe do some polls, to be honest. That's like one thing that I personally don't like, but I don't know how most people feel about that. I wish there was an import without rarity option, or at least optimized rarity options when importing decks. Yes, that's something we're going to talk about. You think they'll fix the ladder resets so Arceus doesn't go back to the lowest league? I mean, will they make the change? I don't know. Fix is not the word to use, I guess, because if they think it's fine, then. But it seems like most people would prefer it to not go all the way back to what's it called. Appreciate the prime sub there, GG. We need better ways to review our games. Also, win rate per list would be interesting. Yeah, deck stats would be nice. PTCGO code economy has nothing to do with the game itself. I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest. How do we plan to do this? A Google Doc or something? Yeah, I'm gonna make a Google Doc. Can I see my opponent's face to see if they got boss for a game? I wouldn't mind facing someone again. Yo, maybe do like a poll for some of that. What's actually being tested and played today? None. I beg, just please allow us to set default rarities that we want on the cards. I'm glad you're an ambassador. Can you tell them to fix the game for Mac users? I have a Mac computer and MacBook laptop. The game can't load for the past 3+ months. I mean, that's something where you should definitely like make a post in the forums. I feel like that's like probably a known issue as well, I would assume. I feel like that's probably something that's already known, and then I assume they're working on it, but I have no clue, to be honest. It is weird that you have that problem though. I've never had that problem on my laptop, but what do you low is considered good on PTCG Live? It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. What do you think about Rocket, Mimikyu, and Joltik? I don't know. I haven't thought about it. You asked for a voiceover that says goodbye when I do the optimal play. A voiceover that says goodbye when I do the optimal play. Good boy. Yeah, they said goodbye. I was like, what? Different tiers in Arceus would be cool. How would you break that down though? It would be just based on top X. Like top 100 would be like just use like standard things. Like top 100 would be diamond. Top 250 would be platinum. So on and so forth. That could be cool. That actually would be. I actually kind of like that idea, to be honest. But also just like having an overall rank, then you kind of. I mean, maybe putting some significance on top X would kind of do the same thing as well. Like as far as like end of season, end of reset rewards, like top 250 gets a deck box, top 100 gets some sleeves or whatever, or top 100 gets the deck box and the sleeves or something. I still can't believe that we can't see the opponent's deck list at the end of the game. That is not a problem at all. Yeah, that's not a huge deal. I don't know why you should be able to see your opponent's deck list at the end of the game. Now, it was an option in PTCGO. You could make it so your opponent could see your deck list at the end of the game, but that's definitely something that's not necessary in the game for sure. This is outrageous. What's the 60? They need to incentivize casual players or even competitive players to play the game. Yeah, there needs to be some ranked ladder incentives for sure. Or maybe they could do like it would be cool if they kind of did like a badge system, maybe, like where you could like earn badges for placing top X on the ranked ladder. So you get like a top 100 badge if you're in the top 100. Something like that could be cool. Already sent an email, but iOS keeps crashing when playing Team Rocket's cards. It would be nice to give more visibility to this issue. Yeah, we can we'll make a note of it on the list, I guess, for sure. So when I send the whole list over, I'll make a list of it for sure. Yeah, I submitted a ticket and they responded. We know that if the issue are working on it. That was 2 months ago, but the game itself doesn't load on my Mac, so I'm forced to play on my phone. It's terrible. Yeah, I'll add it to the list to make sure it's like still being presented as like a consistent problem. All right, maybe I should start like making notes of this stuff. Let me pull up I have to do it in like a Google Doc. So we'll do like miscellaneous. How do you do see, I'm so bad at this. I want to do it like, sure. So the first thing we're going to talk about, some miscellaneous. PTCGL doesn't work properly or can't even be used on Mac. What should I even put, like Mac OS? It's like an issue for certain Mac OS versions. Since my Mac is working fine. Yeah, it works fine on my Mac as well. That's why I'm like wondering what the problem might be. Maybe it's just older devices or older devices or older like software. I don't know. We step in channel or something with a slow mode or suggestion. Don't get lost in the flow of chat. Also, we should assign priority rankings for clarity. I don't know, we'll just see how things go, and then we'll work from there. Properly. Doesn't work properly. So the first thing I want to talk about was, I think we're gonna start with the deck builder. What's the title I should give it? Deck builder. Why is it not doing the thing? Well, maybe I just do that. Okay. Not sure if me or that's my phone problem. Anyone else unable to tab out on mobile without game disconnecting half the time? I'm pretty sure that's a constant problem. I hear people talk about that one all the time, Edward. We should categorize the Google Doc by feature request, annoying bugs and blockers. Could also try to prioritize what we would love to be done first. We could give things a priority rating, I guess, as well, on how much we care about it. In my opinion, if you're on mobile and disconnect for a minute because of shaky Wi-Fi, the game should allow you to reconnect for a certain amount of time. The current reconnect system is quite laggy. I was thinking about a replay system. A replay system would be cool for sure. What would a replay system even look like, though? Replay system. I'm just gonna make notes of things as we go. Spectator mode. Spectator mode. Spectator feature. Even just a way to view old match logs would be cool. Yeah, it would be cool if like the battle log could recreate a game, I guess, but I don't know if it can do that. You put this in where you can see your opponent's hand / deck would be sick. No, but you don't want that. You don't want your opponent's deck to be forced to be seen. It's like I don't think this matters. Like on PTCGO, there was a setting you could turn off and on that at the end of the game, you would like auto share your deck list. I don't think that needs to be a feature in the game. If it is a feature in the game, it should definitely be a choice to be able to share your deck list with your opponent at the end of the game. I don't even think it needs to be a feature personally. If it is a feature, then you should definitely be able to turn it off. Like you should not be able to give your deck list to your opponent for free, or to anyone who plays against you on PTCG Live for free. We want people to use PTCG Live as testing grounds to be able to keep stuff the full 60 secret or whatever. Yeah, choice should be an option. Yeah, it should definitely be an option if possible, but I also personally don't think it's a feature that needs to be added. A way to mass delete decks. That would be good. Also, deck folders. All right, let's start with the deck builder. If you guys have anything you just want to throw out there as a something, you can keep throwing that out in chat if you want. But let's go through the deck builder first. I guess there is kind of a folder. There's like the favorites. There's recent favorites all. But it'd be cool if you could make folders as well, right? Okay. Let me think about how I want to list this. Deck builder. What would be okay, let's first talk about, I guess, like features we would want. Oh, you guys aren't looking at PTCG Live with me. Okay, so let's first talk about features we would want. Folders and be able to delete multiple decks. Like what would that even look like? I don't know what that would be. So why does it do that? Okay, there we go. Okay, hold up. Check mark in the corner of decks. Or so what are some features we would want to be able to we'd want to have? Folders. A notification button when you have the perfect 60 would be cool. True. There can be a tab next to recents called folders where you can see your folders for mass delete. There's a checkbox in the corner of the deck, like a select the star. So I just select them. Oh, I guess that would be like how you move them to the folders as well. Like if we just had like another box here, like a select box, you like select a bunch and then there would be like a move to folder button. Sure. Select button on decks to mass delete or move to a folder. Okay. So right now we're going through potential features we'd want to see. We're going through features we'd want to see in the deck builder. All right, what else? What else? What else? Active favorites tab. I guess you also like drag and drop into folders would be cool too, I guess. So yeah, so you could like drag this. Like if the folders like got listed up here, and if you click like add a folder, like if you made a new folder, I don't know where the button would be, like right here, new folder, like a new folder button, like right here. New folder, and the folders are right here, and then you could like drag to scroll through them, and then if you could like drag and drop a deck into a folder, that would actually be pretty nice. Maybe simpler to swap between cards arcs. Star favorite card. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more. Outside of deck builder, is there anything in the deck builder, not actually building decks? That'd be nice to see. Filter / search for energy requirement on attacks. I like the ability to remove damage counters after accidentally placing them. Azul might also be helpful to categorize everything by expected difficulty to implement. Folders is probably a big change, whereas something like changing which cards get imported when you paste a list is likely simpler. Are you talking about folders for decks or folders for individual cards? Folders for decks, not folders for individual cards. We don't think you need folders for individual cards. Be able to take a screenshot of the whole deck? Yes, that's another thing we need to add. So I guess this is like another thing we do. Should we like rate deck statistics would also be nice, yeah. Also, also a way to universally apply the sleeves, coin, and deck box to every deck or something. Maybe not like afterwards, but if you could set like if you could favorite, can you do that currently? Maybe I'm just trolling. Being able to favorite a deck box and sleeves, I think that would be reasonable. Being able to like have like a favorite deck box and sleeves, so when you make a new deck, it defaults to that deck box and sleeves. I don't know about having a feature where you can be like make every deck have this, but that would be like fine as well, I guess. A favorite system in general makes a ton of sense. Default theme, yeah. Or maybe just a way like once you click on it, like maybe like once you click on, is there a way to do that? Like once you click on this, like once I click on a deck box, if there was also a way to click use this theme or something, and it would give, if I have all the Ekans stuff, it puts the Ekans stuff on my whole deck or whatever. You can make it remember which deck box and sleeves you selected most recently. That could work as well. Just something like that, I guess. I think the game should prioritize at least have an option to import a deck by using the cards you own already. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. We'll talk about importing here in a second. And there was another feature that someone mentioned that I didn't actually add. Man, see, I'm like really bad at like typing this stuff out. Wait. Make it remember which checkboxes to use. So the drag and drop. Oh, maybe I should like make this under. Give this like its own section, I guess. Deck builder. Maybe do it like. Use voice to chat to record for the doc. Whatever required. No. If you have the drag and drop features, the buttons for the duplicate, delete, and whatnot could be changed to something else. No, I think you'd still have those buttons there for sure. Folders. It's called trading card game, and yet we can't trade with one another. Who cares? Folders for decks. Ability to folders. Okay. So I have folders for decks, the ability to mass delete and move decks to folders, mass delete decks and move decks to folders, the ability to drag and drop decks into folders. Automatically set card sorting to all instead of owned. All right, let's talk about. Oh wait, and then another feature would be. What do you even word it? Like the ability to view your whole deck in a single on a single screen. Screen on, I should say like on desktop. Can you do it on the iPad as well? Like if you're on an iPad, can you view the whole deck in a single screen? Because I know you can do it on your phone, right? You can do it on mobile, right? Whole deck in a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. Okay. It's janky on tablet. There are no bugs like being able to select certain cards from POF, etc. It's something on the dev side, right? So we're not considering right? I mean, we could add that to the list. I mean, I think those are things that they're aware of, and I don't know. I assume they are working on it. Would be my guess. But yeah, whenever you like play a Ultra Ball and you can't get a certain Pokemon out of the deck, I assume they're aware of that bug. But we can still add it to the list just to make it aware that it's still something that is happening and needs to be fixed. Landscape mode on tablet? Sure, I'll add that under miscellaneous. That does sound kind of annoying, to be honest. Yeah, we should 10 gifted there. Dragon 407. I appreciate the support. Welcome all to the Rat Pack. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is importing a list and having to manually change rarities on the list? We're gonna go through that right now. I want to go pretty in depth on the import problems. Importing decks. I feel like there's a lot of problems with importing decks. Okay. I mean, I think we can move over to that next. Remember, I was a big fan for a long time, and then I finally went and talked to you at NAIC 2019, and you got 68th. Not 101st. How's it going, Dustin? You should make it so you can play expanded and trainer trials with friends. At least trainer trials for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't see a reason not to. I can add that. We'll add that to the miscellaneous. Ability to play. You can only play standard and friends battles. That's the only thing you can do. Ability to play expanded and trainer trials in friend battles and challenges battles. Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna make a deck real fast. Let me just make a deck to import real fast. Pokemon deck. I like to see the rest of the expanded card pool. I mean, that's something I'm sure they're working on. Like, that's something they're aware of. That's not like something that they're unaware of. Or potentially unaware of how much people care about having it added. What was I gonna say next? Oh, can someone does someone have like a max rarity deck built that they could just DM me on Discord so I can try and import it and we just see what it looks like? I have nothing max rarity here, so it'll import poorly, and then we can like go from there. Otherwise, I can just make one real fast on the deck builder. Actually, maybe it is better if I just make it so we can get a full feel for how things look. Where do you want it sent? On Discord. Wait, does Limitless not have the max rarity cards as options on the Limitless deck builder? It's just like the base rarity of everything. Maybe I can still do it with that if I do 4 different ones. We're on Discord. If you can just DM it to me specifically. It's just a base rarity of everything. How max rarity, like all poke and master balls, or doesn't matter? Honestly, yeah, something like, yeah, basically just like a max rarity. If you just have a deck built that's max rarity, that's all I need really. You could add my old bug report about the battle log to Miscellaneous. This is what we need to recreate the game from the log to make views. Make viewers. All right, I'll keep this pulled up. Actually, can you DM it to me? Can you DM me that, Jake? An annoyance I have is that if a card is in multiple sets, instead of showing that you have 4 Ionos, it'll say that you have 1 Iono from 4 different sets. It's the exact same card. Maybe I should do it like this. Maybe I make it in here and then I re-import it. Like if I go to, I sent one. All right, cool. That works. All right, so I'm gonna click create deck, import. It's with a max rarity list. Oh shoot, do I have too many? Oh no, I don't have enough of them. Okay, cool. I appreciate it, Jake. Okay. We import the deck list. I don't have some of these rarities. Let me see. I'm actually curious. If I cut... Let's say it imported like this instead, though. Let's say it was imported like this. We want to go through that as well. Like, let's just go... Apparently I have 3 of these things. What the heck? Let's go... Cut this. Cut this. Cut this. Go add... I just want to mix up the rarities of them. Like that. So if you talked about it, but please remove the talking heads or tails at the start. It talks too much time. Oh, taking. Yeah, I mean, the heads and tails at the beginning of the game needs to be removed. I guess we can do like a... What arts you have and make your deck. Ladder reset is bad. 3 leaderboard. Of course, yeah, we'll go through those a bond, definitely. Appreciate 33 months there, small farm animal. Okay, so I imported this deck list. I don't have some of these artworks. So the importing... Alright, so one thing or the way I think about PTCG Live in general or something like that... one thing I think about when I'm thinking about just PTCG Live in general, or what you want it to be, is you just want people to be able to play Pokemon as much Pokemon as possible, as quickly as possible. And the importing feature is one of the hiccups of that. The problem is when you import a deck list, when you don't have all the cards, but you have some of the, or you have them, but it imports the default artworks. And if I click on this one in deck, but I have other ones in decks. So the features we want in the deck builder to make the import process more seamless is, I think the most important thing probably for deck building and importing deck lists, is to have a, what's it called? A favorite feature. The ability to favorite cards. Create a artwork of a card. Unless you redeem all artworks in the same list that you don't have. And try to remove the catchphrase scene at the end. I would like that as well, yeah. So what we want is when you're deck building, we can leave this for a second. Actually, no, I can stay here. So if I'm going to add, I don't know, give me a card with a lot of artworks real fast. Like Arvin. Arvin's probably got a lot of printings. I click on Arvin. We have all these artworks to choose from. Arvin's not that bad. I guess the one we can just go to is research, right? We go to research. We have all these artworks. Now, this isn't like true for every single card, but oh my god, bro, what the heck? But if you want to use a specific artwork, you have to go you have to go find it. Energies is also a good point. There needs to be a favorite system. There needs to be a favorite system in the deck builder that the artwork that you have favorited defaults to the front of the ones to select from. So you guys can't quite see it because it's behind the chat, but like right here. So there needs to be a little bit. There needs to be a little star. Like there's like a star next to. Like there's just a star here on the decks. There just needs to be when I click on research. There needs to just be a star next to all the artworks. And the same thing for Pokemon. There needs to be a star here. And it pushes the favorited one to the front of the artworks. And also, it is what is defaulted when you import a deck list. Why did it do that? Okay, so I've thought about it about what I want from live. Make standard actually have access to all cards in the format and letting us do private matches in other formats besides standard. Make standard actually have access to all cards in the format. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, that's something that they're working on. They're not, yeah, they're aware of that. You give your faves in the tab, not the whole list. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Dragon. Yeah, moving the ban on crafting over number cards would be great. I mean, they just added that. It's not something I'm gonna like bring up as a as something that they should. That I mean, I guess the community does want it. Maybe it is something that I should bring up. Like, I don't know. I guess that is fair. The other thing that I think is annoying about deck building, especially when you have like cards with a lot of artworks like this, is the ones that are in deck. Yeah, I can add it to the list under like miscellaneous. I bring it up with something they implemented that the community reacted negatively to. Yeah, I'll bring it up. I assume someone already said rank leaderboard. We're gonna talk about the rank stuff here in a second. We're starting with deck builder. Have a most used card feature for like Iona Research Test Ball. That would also be something that could be cool to have as well. Is having it's like the tab on I guess yeah, most used tab, I guess, to make it easier to deck build. So it would be like Ultra Ball research, stuff like that. I guess it's like the way they have on the Limitless deck builder, right? I would sort of by most used instead of alphabetically, yeah. That would be a good sort feature, yeah. Okay, I can put that, let's put that down. That's a good idea. Method most used. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Just add this, it would just be like right here, right? It would just if it click type, there's like a most used. Yeah, I like that. Prioritize for importing / deck building. There should be a button like substitute all not owned cards with owned cards. I think that gets fixed with that all gets fixed with just having a favorite system. Like if I just had a favorite boss that I could click, if there's a star next to boss's orders, I could click a favorite system, then that just fixes the import. I don't think we need like two changes that would change the thing like that. Has anyone said a batch generate system yet? No, I have no clue what that is. If they could integrate deck lists from top deck or most recent decks, that would be amazing. Integrate deck lists from top cut of most recent tournaments, that'd be amazing. Where you build a deck and then hit generate and it makes all the cards automatically. Oh, I see what you're saying. A button that just says, yeah, that spends all your credits. Sure. What would you even call that? Mass craft button or something? Fill deck button that automatically equips cards you have and buys the ones you don't have. Yeah. Build deck button. Swap the deck and card selection on deck builder. So the deck is bigger and the card selection is smaller. I'm not sure about that one. Decklist creator to use at IRL events. What do you mean? If building and star costs them too much time, they can legit just sort them by most recently used and it would be also good enough. Well, I think you want to be able to import a deck list with the art. The thing is, I think, is like everyone, like people like using certain artworks of cards, and a lot of people, everyone imports decks, right? So you want to make it as seamless as possible from importing a deck to playing with the deck. So I think the most seamless way to make that happen would be a favorite system, where you favorite an artwork of a card you want. But it should also just be, there should also be a there should also be a it should also just autofill your deck as well. All right, my bad. Have an option to print a deck list from the app and mentioned. It is not. Or at least it would like link you the deck in like a different window to somewhere where you could print it from a different, like from a Chrome window or something. Add back copy an opponent's deck list, please. Is that actually a feature you guys care about? Actually, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. All right, I can only do the polls in Twitch chat. So if you're on YouTube, you're out of the poll. Let's ask, because I feel like this is not a feature that is needed, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys feel different. You care about and don't vote on this and being like, well, I mean, why not have more features? Be like, do you think this is a feature that we actually need? So I'm gonna run the poll in Twitch chat. Getting opponent's deck list. This is for after the match is done. On PTCGL, you used to be able to see your opponent's deck list if they had the setting locked or unlocked or whatever. Do you think we need this? The opponent's deck list. I want it. I don't want it. Yeah. Do a quick poll. I don't want them to spend time on that. I don't want them to either, because I just don't think it's a feature we need. I don't think it's a feature we need, but I'm curious to see what the poll says. I have the worst luck with my dragon deck. Maybe it's make PTCG Live RNG simulator more random. No, there's nothing wrong with the simulator. Do we have redeem codes in the mobile app right now? If you try to use your phone, it forces you to go to the website and log in to put in the codes, and I feel like it would be much easier to use the phone camera than have to do my laptop to do it in def. Just want a feature, but it'd be nice. That is a pretty big one. I didn't know that was a thing. I'll add that to the list. Codes in the mobile app, or in the mobile app. That is a thing. It's an Andrew. That is Apple's fault, not PTCG Live. Not the case in Android. Oh, it's an Apple thing? Okay. So this is not a thing we have to worry about. It's already been said, but when you copy deck list, it will automatically fill in missing cards with cards you actually own. There's nothing more annoying than copying a deck list in the game saying you don't own certain cards because of the artworks set numbers. Like just autofill my Arvins and Boogie Gears. Yes, I'm going to add that. I'm adding that to the list right now. When importing a deck, if you don't own the artwork imported or don't have a different artwork favorited, you own have you talked about the near instant disconnect if you change apps on mobile? Can't copy a deck list without having it to reconnect? I have not, no. Favorited matching list, whatever you own. Yeah, okay. Don't own artworks you own. Favorited, matching lists, whatever you own. Okay, so for importing decks, I currently have the ability to favorite an artwork of a card. They'll be prioritized for importing / deck building. When importing a deck, if you don't own an artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own. A new sort method that shows cards in most to least used order. Mass craft / buy all button to craft all cards not owned in a deck. And then also, this is another thing with like the deck building. It should definitely prioritize cards in deck, right? So cards. I should put this one under here. Artworks of cards in a deck should be at the front of what? The list of artworks? So like, it makes no sense that this card is in my deck. These both are in my deck right here, but they're all the way over here on the right side instead of all the way over here on the left. Like any artwork that's in my deck should be prioritized. It should be like highlighted that it's in the deck. And that would also help with rarity changing as well. I wish I got rid of the set active deck for standard and expanded to delete a deck I don't use or is outdated. It is set as expanded. I have to go back and select casual and then switch to expanded and set something else as active just to delete it. So should be able to delete active deck. Is that what you're saying, Rubik's? Like you want the ability to be able to delete the active deck? That is annoying, to be honest. I do agree. Delete the current active deck. Yeah, it should be fine to have like 0 decks in your library, right? You shouldn't need to have a deck in your library. Why do we even have active deck anyways? PTCGL did it way better. I mean, I think the active deck feature is fine, to be honest. You go into here, you pick the deck you want to play, you set it active, and then it becomes like your active deck down here. How did it work in PTCGL? You clicked play. On PTCGO, you clicked play, and then it would show your whole list of decks, and you could favorite a deck, so it would be at the front, and you just click on the deck you want to play, and then you queued up. I think this is honestly a little bit better, because then you don't have to go through the whole... You only have to click the deck you want to play once, and then it's active, and then you just have to click play, and then you're in the game, right? Whereas with PTCGO, you had to click play, click the deck. Wait, what was the process? Click play, click the deck. And then go into the, so it's like more clicks, right? We're trying to minimize clicks. We're trying to play as much Pokemon as possible in as little time as possible. That should always be the goal. So yeah, the set active deck, but you should be able to delete your active deck here. It should just be, this should be blank. It should just say like no active deck, or activate a deck to play or something like that. And then you have to go in here and activate a deck. But you should be, it should be possible to delete your active deck and not have an active deck. There's no reason not to. Okay, anything else? So far I've covered, for importing decks, I've talked about the ability to favorite an artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing and deck building. Did I misspell building? When importing a deck, if you don't own the artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own. Artworks of cards in a deck should be in the front of the list of artworks. A new method that shows cards in most to least used order. A new sort method. Mass craft / buy all button to craft all cards not owned in a deck. Should be able to delete current active deck. And then other features, folders for decks, the ability to mass delete decks and move decks to folders, the ability to drag and drop decks into folders, the ability to view your whole deck in a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. Is there a way to show the document you're writing? Yeah, I can put it in chat. Hold up. Y'all are gonna make fun of me for the way it looks, though. I have to prepare myself for that. My what's it called? Abilities are 0. Actually, I could if someone I know in chat wants access to clean it up, I would be fine with that, to be honest. We make fun of you anyways. Yeah. And I'll share it real fast. Deck builder. PTCGL improvements. I could. All right, I'll give you access, gamer. I'm sure there's a way to like clean it up to make it look nicer for sure. How bad can it be? Honestly, it might not be as bad as I think it is, but anyone with link, viewer. Copy link. All right, I'll put the link in both chats. And then, gamer, if you wanna send me, if you got bulleted lists and big titles to show which section should look fine, it's not that good yet. That doesn't look horrible. It's not that bad as well. I appreciate it. How do I make someone an editor? Give me your can you DM me your you can have my email. Yeah, DM me your email, gamer, and I'll add you as an editor. Oh, you already did. Editor. Okay, I sent it to you. This is actually going to someone? Yeah, I'm gonna pass this along to the through the community ambassador program. Okay, is there anything else we want to add to importing decks? Is there anything else that needs to be added? Well, I guess like some of this shouldn't be under. Hold up, some of this shouldn't be under importing decks. Like this should be able to delete active decks. Should be under features. I know chat is busy, but we see highlighted message, please. You just put the message in chat again. Just put the message in chat again. It's fine. What's wrong with PTCG Live? A lot. You can't delete your first ever deck. It has a blue check mark at the bottom and doesn't do anything. It's just because it's marked for expanded. You can delete it. You just have to mark a different deck for expanded. So you have to like go here and then go here. Or you have to go here and then 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 you have to go set this active and then you can go back here and then you can delete this deck. Oh, you can do it from here too, actually. There's a button. Oh, you guys can't see it. There's a button in the top left behind my camera. You can click and it takes you to the different. Oh wait, that's not always there though. If I go to ranked and then I go here, it just leaves. The button's gone. Oh, never mind. A button to sort all decks that are exported. Well, now that you said it, I still think it's miserable and should be changed. Yes, you should just be able to delete. Okay, this needs to be put down as well. A new sort method that shows putting decks. The ability to artworks of cards on deck should be. All right, this should be moved down to features. Overall, the game needs less animation, so the game is quicker to start and end game and get back into another game. Yes, I agree. We'll talk about gameplay in a second here. Once we're done with deck, but once I feel like we're done with deck builder, then we'll move on to. We'll go through the ranked stuff. We'll go through the ranked stuff, and then we need. We'll go through the ranked stuff. We'll go through gameplay. I think that's a good. That's it. There's like just those three categories. It's ranked, gameplay, and deck builder. Are we talking about visual / graphic design? I don't think so. I don't think it's something we're gonna touch on. I feel like we've identified the key changes needed for deck building. Is there anything else? Allow you to add more than 4 of any card, so it makes it easier to change artworks. Well, the other changes should fix that, though, Mountain Dew. The other changes that we've talked about should fix that theoretically. Although I see what you're saying. I feel like the other changes, though, would make that would not make that a problem anymore, to be honest, where you wouldn't need it. The other changes assume you want 4 of all the same card. I guess I see what it would make it more seamless if you could have more than 4 of a card, right? It would make it a little bit more seamless if you could have more than 4 of a card. Okay, I think you're right. I think you're right. All right. Yo, what's up, episode? You should add Pokemon play stamped cards as a rarity. I also think that I was thinking what I propose, and then simply allowing favorites would be the most easy for them to implement and get us what we really want. Yeah. Make it so that when you use the same sleeves too much, they get dings, and you get a DPL for for realism. I think the biggest issue, first and foremost, is the communication. We need acknowledgement that they're aware of the bug. You just can't select things when searching. You just can't select things when searching. That's existed since day 1 of Canada beta. True. So you don't have to pick the grass energy when you use Ogerpon. Yeah. We definitely want to come up with some examples of where the gameplay is being hindered. We got awful UI for Ethan's adventure. Let me see. There was one more thing I was gonna add. Now I forgot what it was. Under deck building features. Situations where you don't have enough cards in deck. And we're not worried about gameplay yet. To where you don't have to switch to what type of cards you add to. Like when I add a trainer, I have to go to trainers, and if I want to go to energies, I have to go back to energies. Is that really a problem? I guess why isn't the whole card pool? Nobody looks at this. Maybe that is fair, to be honest. Or would the best way to Like, having this being broken down to, like, energy trainers Pokemon is fine. But maybe when I click on Pokemon, what it does in the... Because, like, nobody scrolls through this and being like, oh, yes, my Gabite that I needed for my deck. I have it. Very good. Like, nobody's like, all right, I need to add Gabite to my deck. Or I need to add... oh, there's my Spupa. Let's get it. Nobody builds a deck that way. And it is annoying when you, like, click over here and you're like, oh, I want to add Cleffa to my deck. But maybe if you could type in Cleffa, Cleffa would pop up. Like, the way it... Like, it would just organize it trainers first, right? This is very nitpicky, but what about advanced search options like Pokemon, basic metal, and it shows me that? Fossey, I'm pretty sure that exists. You just go here, or you go here, and then you go to metal, and then basic, and then there you go. The thing that annoys me the most if I'm trying to figure out which energies I want, and then I have to click the Pokemon tab back to the energies. It'd be nice if I could just view the Pokemon and then select the energies as I see fit, something along those lines. I could just, where it would be nice if I could just view the Pokemon and then select energies as I see fit, something along those lines. I'm not quite sure I understand what you mean, do. If you really need a deck for standard, should it really show filters for every possible card in the game? Sure, why not? Give us a lot of clicks. There's no way to do it with less clicks, Fossey. What do you mean? Could you do a favorite button for cards that puts them to the top so you can just add all the relevant cards? The other thing we came up with as well with that, Ollie, is just a most used tab. But a favorites tab would be good as well. Sort method that shows cards. Or... But I can add that as well. Or and also a sort method that showed favorited cards would also not be bad as well. All right, this is extremely nitpicky, but can card names with poke can be searched with poke? Yes, that should be. Should that be under features though, or like should I make another category for something like that? Maybe miscellaneous. Give me the. Is that even like true? Is that even how that works? Yeah, like I can't search Pokegear that way. That is pretty dumb, to be honest. Call it quality of life. Sure, yeah, we can call it quality of life. Deck builder. Sure. Quality of life. So what should I move to quality of life? So most of this stuff is quality of life upgrades, to be honest. All right, yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do like base stuff, quality of life. The reason life has so many issues is because it needs quality of life updates. This is true, yeah. All right, we'll add these. We'll add some of these. Let me move this down a bit so it's out of the way. That seems like a feature. A new sort method that shows cards. Folders for decks. Should be able to delete the current active deck. That's quality of life as well, I feel like. Folders for decks, the ability to mass delete decks and move decks to folders. Ability to drag and drop decks into folders. I'll keep that all under features, I guess. The ability to view your whole deck on a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. I'll keep that under features. A new sort method that shows cards. Shows favorited cards. Mass craft / buy all bundle craft all cards not on a deck. Folders for decks. Maybe that's quality of life as well. You click on a Pokemon with an evolution line, it should show you the evolution line with it. So how does it look right now? So if I click on Dreepy, what does this do? It moves me to my Monkey Dory. Click on Dreepy. Yeah, honestly, that would be, for deck building, that would be a nice quality of life upgrade. If like I click on Dreepy, I don't know where it would be though. Like I don't know where they would put it, but maybe like on the bottom here, like Dracloak and Dragapult would be like clickable. So if I go, all right, I want to add, so if I go, all right, I need to add Dreepies to my deck. I'm making a Dragapult deck. Oh, I was like, that's not correct. I want Dreepy. So I click on Dreepy, add 4 Dreepy, then I click over to Dracloak. Or like, so maybe up here next to like the Pokemon, like on the right side. And then if you're on Dracloak, there'll be like a Dreepy on the left and a Dragapult on the right. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds really good. What would that even be? That would be like when adding a how do I get out of that? Oh, because I know what I did there. Evolution line. Have the evolution line somewhere. Have their solution line. When I Pokemon with an evolution line. You click the final evolution line, the prior evolution should show up too, so you only have to click Dragapult in this situation. Yeah, I don't know how they would like make it look. It would be fine if you had to like click over to them though as well, right? Like if I was clicked on Dreepy, then there was like maybe on the right, like there's just Dragapult and like Dracloak. Like on the right, the top right corners honestly would like right here, like if Dragapult was right here or like Dracloak was right here, and then I click on the Dracloak card, so the Dracloak would be like literally right there, and then I click on Dracloak, and then Dracloak comes up here where Dreepy is, and I add the Dracloaks, and there's a Dragapult here, and there's a Dreepy here. So if you're on the middle line, Dreepy's on the left, Dragapult's on the right. Eevee could be a mess like that. Or maybe you should ignore Eevee. Maybe Eevee's not. Maybe you just don't do that with Eevee then. That'd be like fine. Eevee just needs to be excluded. Maybe for the Eevee thing instead, like it would be like this. So like if you click on Eevee, there'd be a button here that has all, like some of the evolutions in it, and you click on that, and then it populates this with all the evolutions. It would populate this screen with all the evolutions. So you type in Eevee, click Eevee, add your Eevee, click the evolutions button, and then it populates this screen with all the evolutions or something. Eevee would have to be unique because of that. Oh, I guess that's the thing with Dracloak as well, though. Dracloak evolves into potentially multiple Dragapults. How would that even work? Maybe it'd have to be what I said. It would have to be like click Dreepy, and then there's a Dracloak here. You click the Dracloak, and then it populates this screen with all the Dracloaks. And then you click your Dracloak. Dracloak pops up. You add your Dracloaks, and you click on Dragapult, and then it populates this screen with all the Dragapults to pick from. I guess that would have to be what would happen, to be honest. Yeah, it'd have to be like something like that. Because there is multiple... things have multiple evolutions, right? Like a show evolutions button? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, or maybe something like that. Like you click on Dreepy, and there's like yeah, maybe there's like a show evolutions button, and then it would populate this screen with Dracloak and Dragapult. Or if you are on Dracloak, like once again, I click a show evolutions button, and it would populate this with Dreepy and Dragapult, right? So if you're on Dreepy, you click this, it populates to Dragapults, Dracloaks and Dragapults, or maybe the whole line. Maybe it's Dreepy, Dracloaks, and Dragapults. Like it just populates everything. Something like that. Y'all talk about an import with max rarity option. No, but we talked about like a favorite system, which I think the favorite system is better because it covers more things. But it's like the same thing. So you could just favorite max rarity cards, and then when you import something, it'll just default to the max rarities. Although, I mean, I guess like for imports, you could have like import settings here, and it would like you could have like import settings. You could click default to max rarity, default to minimum rarity, but then it would be like you'd still want a favorite though, because like what if I want to play with this boss's orders over this boss's orders? They're both mid rarity, but like so like the favorite system kind of covers everything. These don't have a sort button, so you can sort your Pokemon and sort trainers by like supporters and items, or sort by count too. Oh, like in the deck. Oh yeah, because like look at this. Supporters are down here. Wait, how does that work when... Well, let me make it a... What am I missing here? There's like down 2 cards. Who cares? If I click on Typhlosion... Oh, it doesn't even sort it. Alright, it's another quality of life upgrade. It's a good one, yeah. Deck list by type of card or count of card, or type of card and count of card. If you make a deck list in Limitless and sort it, it has the correct sorting order by card type, quantity, alphabetically, evolution line, supporter. Builder for... Do we cover this? I'm a new player and I don't have all the cards available. The current system to filter with unavailable cards isn't good. Would like the card to show up even if you don't have it. That exists. Oh, you're saying it isn't good though. You go here and you click show all. These can could they then be sorted by quantity in the deck? Yeah, I mean, if the deck was sorted by card type plus quantity, if they just copied the Limitless, whatever it is, then that would be fine, to be honest. Not urgent, but also being able to challenge expanded could be cool. I added that to the list, yeah. There's already just go to filters and deselect owned and select all. What'll be interesting is a lobby or room area that you can set the name to, so you can set it as looking to test against a certain deck, and people can, like a lobby, a custom lobby. I like to have it show up when searching and then craft it if I don't have it. Hearthstone does a good job of that. I mean, you can do that, already, though. You can go here, you can click all, and then you can search Iono. And if I didn't own Iono, Iono would pop up. But are you saying like that, you think that is not good enough, or? Maybe that should be something that's just like a button up here, to be honest, like show unowned cards. Because going here is a little bit more confusing, I guess. Make it more apparent. Okay. I have heard people. That's not the first time I've heard people complain about that, to be honest. To me, people be like, how do I find cards that I don't own? An obvious indicator would be nice. Sometimes in deck building, expanded, and it's like hiding cards I don't own and I didn't realize. Okay, yeah. Unowned card button should be easier to find. Like, would be able to test how a mechanic works, i.e. simulating what happened in a situation. I mean, that's like, I feel like that's a little bit, that's a little bit too much. Cards know how to button to craft the entire missing portion of an important deck. Yeah, we added that as a point. They should update the test bot to post rotation decks and let it play one of your decks and make it skill based on your rank. I think they need to update the test deck feature. Yeah, I think, I guess, well, we can add that to gameplay, but we'll add that to gameplay. Like, being able to assign a deck to the test deck bot. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to make it harder than it already is, to be honest. That might be the extent of it, but... Why do we have to own / not own min rarity cards? Should be like the energies, and then you have to craft only the high rarities? I mean, I don't know if I 100% agree. I think it's fine for them to do it the way they're doing it, to be honest. I think it's fine for you to have to buy the min rarity of stuff as well. I would at least like the simulator to play standard legal decks. Yes. All right, hang on. Well, let me start to build up the gameplay. So gameplay. So it's like a quality of life. Quality of life. Bot, it should. The reason we have to craft min rarity is so that we buy booster packs and use code cards. Anyone mention how annoying it is to accelerate energies with Guardian's ability, for example? Yes. I mean, we should make a mention of that for sure. To the extent of it being like, I don't think they're gonna fix Guardy. I don't think they're gonna change Guardy's ability between now and rotation, because it's 6 months. At this point, it's rotation is 6 months away and Guardy's gone. Are A rematch button would be nice. The problem with a rematch button, like, I mean, I doubt anyone will be doing this immediately, but you could have people boosting each other on the ladder. You sit there and rematch them over and over again, and one person just concedes effectively. Maybe you can only rematch once. Can't find cards with specific energy card text like guard or EX by searching the psychic energy. Maybe a bad example because it comes up on search, but only because of the word psychic in its ability name. I know it's annoying, but I disagree with them just letting us automatically own cards. It completely removes some aspect of the collection aspect of the client. Rematch button for casual ladder? Sure. Guard ability thing is a larger issue. The problem is that animations lock you out of doing anything until they're complete. When you play a research, you should be able to start to drag the cards around immediately. I have to wait until everything is officially finished. Yeah, we need to talk. We should go into let's do the ranked ladder stuff first because that stuff will be fast, and then we can go into gameplay. Are we done with the deck builder though? Or I'm gonna go through the deck builder list one more time, and if you think there's something we should add to this that you don't hear, say something. I'm gonna go through the full list of things we have on the deck builder right now. The ability to favorite an artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing / deck building. When importing a deck, if you don't own the artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own. That's for importing decks. Features: mass craft / buy all button to craft all cards not owned in a deck. Folders for decks: the ability to mass delete decks and move decks to folders. The ability to drag drop decks into folders. The ability to view your whole deck in a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. Quality of life: unowned card button should be easier to find. Sort deck list by type of cards and count of cards. Items, supporters, stadiums, etc. See Limitless Deck Builder as an example. When adding a Pokemon with an evolution line, have the rest of the evolution line suggested to be added as well. Allow you to add more than 4 copies of a card to help make deck building more seamless. Allow you to add more than... Oh, wait, I did this one twice. Artworks of a card in a deck should be in the front of the list of artworks. Should be able to delete current active deck. A new sort method that shows cards in most used order, or a sort method that shows favorited cards. That's it. Are you giving them a prioritized list in some way? There's some more niche stuff and then some obviously urgent stuff. I hope they don't tackle this in a random order. Well, I don't know what they'll be tackling from this, if anything. Hopefully some of these things do get implemented in some degree. We could create like a priority scale for everything on like a 1 to 5, like how badly we feel about it. Tier list them. We could tier list. We could just create a priority list of 1 to 5. Set sleeves, etc. as favorite to auto apply. Oh yeah, okay, that's one I forgot to add. So you can filter by what a card does, like Pokemon transfer effect done to Pokemon. I mean, win-loss with the deck would be nice, like PTCGL. Yeah, we should have. I'll put that one down as well. Deck stats. Change card full text search to be fuzzy match rather than exact match. I have that down there for like I put that one down there as like being able to search Pokegear by putting Poke without the asterisk. Is that what you mean? Be able to delete any deck even if it's the only deck you have? Yeah, already that's on there. We'll know what that means. Okay, I'll add that. Active deck button instead inside the builder. It's annoying to get back to. Go back out. Set active deck button inside the builder. Inside the build, it's annoying to go back out. Also, like right here, be able to click set active, and then it just take you out. Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be nice to just have that right here, right? Like make the 60, and then click set active. Is there a way to mass delete decks after a format rotation? I want to clear all invalid decks. There's not. But we did add like a mass delete thing to the thing. The ability to favorite accessories and have them be default. Have them become. Not a priority, but for real, bring back theme deck format. It's also, as far as like prioritization of some of this stuff goes, I just don't know how long it takes them to do some of these things over other things as well. So it's like if something is like would be a low priority for us, but it'd be really easy for them to implement, we'd want them to implement it, right? So I don't know, we can, like, if you guys want to, we can go over this list and give things a score of like 1 to 5 in terms of how we feel about it in terms of prioritization. But like if something is like they could do it tomorrow, even if it's a priority 1, if we make 5 the high end, if it's a priority 1 for us, we want them to do it, right? Appreciate the sub there, Mountain Dew over to Frosty. Appreciate the 7 months there, Simo. So we could set a priority list, but we could just let them read over it. We could just give it to them. But I mean, I don't know. We could do a priority. We could make it. We could add a priority to it if we want to. But I assume that they'll be able to, like, I assume on their end they'll be able to come up with something. Is there a way to do something in Discord where people can upvote various options? We could do that, yeah. The thing is, there's like a lot of things on the list. Maybe I could like put it all in like a... I could put everything in like a Google... I'd have to do this after the stream, to be honest. Want to add the plus S minus quantity buttons over top the card by default instead of having to click on the card then? It's a good point. Like have the little buttons here. I don't think this is like too cumbersome though. It definitely is suboptimal though. We added that one there, Black Fox. I'm gonna find information for the Japanese tournaments when they start. I'm not sure where that is, to be honest. It'll be on Limitless eventually, though. Next Japanese tournament isn't for a couple months right now. This is very minor, but we can't play in landscape mode on tablet. I have that on the list. They should add play mats and play stamped cards. Mode to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Be able to import my opponent's deck after the match. We already talked about that one. It seems like I don't think that's a feature that is necessary, to be honest. Like I don't think it does anything for the game. Should let us add playmats and play stamped cards. The playmats thing, I'm a little bit less. As another thing that I'm a little bit more unsure about, to be honest. I mean, I guess if like all of you guys think we should have playmats, then I can add it to the list. But now that they're actually like changing the background with each set release, I feel like that's like good enough, to be honest, personally. They're at least like changing things up, right? Because like they said, with the new sets coming out, they're gonna change up the background, the playmat. But yeah, we can add that. Playmats. Or what would I call it? It doesn't really matter. It won't change how we play the game. It's just true. I guess that maybe is that the way we should think about this? Yeah, maybe I'm not worried about cosmetics right now, to be honest. Maybe we're just worried about playing the game. All right, yeah. Yeah, let's just worry about paid playmat. Sounds like a bunch of new bugs will be added. No, there's no way that would bring a bunch of new bugs. That should be easy. Okay, so I think we're done with deck building. Or I think we're done with deck building then, unless someone has anything else they want to add. We'll leave it there. Maybe we'll review everything one more time after we're done with everything. All right, so the next thing we'll do is ranked ladder, I think. Can you share the list on the stream? I'll link it in Discord again. The list is like really long, so I'm not gonna share it on stream, but I'll link it in Discord again. I'll link it in both chats real fast. The list is too long to put on stream though. There should be a way to check your match history like in most games. Oh wait, actually there was another one someone mentioned, was deck stats, right? Deck stats. Deck. What would we want as far as deck stats goes? Win, loss. Deck stats. Stats for each deck. Wins, losses, win percentage. Wins, loss, wins percentage. Maybe win-loss since edit. Or should it be like wins, losses, win percentage, and then also you can reset. Like you can manually reset the stats on the deck. So if you want to reset it after an edit, you can. Or we could do like total and then also since last edit. Mulligan change? No, that's not what we're talking about today. Oh, mulligan probabilities? I feel like it's a little bit too in-depth for the... What's it called? It's not the same deck if it's edited, though. No, but you could... But if it's Dragapult and you, like, played Halucha or cut Halucha, like, you might not want it to reset your win percentage, right? Like, but you might want it to. So then it would be, like, kind of an individual thing. Like, if you're like, I just want to know how I'm doing with Dragapult on ladder. And, like, you're changing your list as you play. I don't think you want it to default reset every time you make an edit. I think that would be, like, something you'd want to actively be able to choose to do, right? For sure, but there would need to be logic added to detect how much of a deck has changed in PTCG. Any edit, reset it. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Edits just shouldn't reset it at all. You should have to manually reset it. So every time you make a change, you can reset it if you want. Like you go to the stats tab and you can click reset deck stats or something like that. Just tie the stats to the deck slot. That's what I'm saying. But being able to reset it would be nice, though, because if you do change it and then want to, like, reset it, or you feel like you've gotten better with the deck, like, that would be another thing as well. Like, if you feel like, oh, I've gotten better with Dragapult now. Now I want to see what my Dragapult stats looks like over the next 100 games, right? I think card usage percentage is so important. That would be an interesting stat to have. You know what Dueling Book is? You should check it out and get ideas from there because there's an almost perfect website of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG. I have no idea. Yeah, I've never checked out Dueling Book before. I can spend some time to like look at it. Don't autosave a change deck for deck building. I don't know. I kind of like that actually. I like how decks like autosave without having to do anything. I like that. I don't want to have to click extra buttons to get to... Like, if I'm going to make a change, I'm making a change. If I don't want to make a change, I shouldn't have made the change. Or have an undo button at least. I don't know how about that one. Like, shouldn't you, like... couldn't you just argue you should just like, remember... Like, if you just made the change, just go back and change it, you know what I'm saying? The faster the edit, the more games you can play. Exactly. An undo button or highlight the latest card play you added. Just an edit history of the deck. Something like that would maybe be okay. The 2 weeks where a new set comes out when there are events still happening is really annoying for testing. Would be great if there was a way to say I can only want to play legal matches. Yeah, but the problem with that, Rich Stir, is then what about the people prepping for the tournament that's happening 2 weeks from the set release? So there's no great answer to that. And I don't think splitting the ladder into 2 different standard formats makes sense. The correct solution is to schedule events around set releases better. Why does everyone want to share deck lists? People should learn the Gabriel Fernandez method of screenshotting board and discard. Not bad. I don't think like I talked about this one earlier. I gave my opinion on this one about. I don't think like I don't think it's necessary to have it in the game personally. And we did a poll, and the poll was against needing it. But yeah, PTCGL had the ability where you could allow your deck list to be shared at the end of a match with someone. But I don't think we need that, and it definitely should be an option and not something that is just by default available. I mean, I see my win rate with each deck. Yeah, so I'll put deck stats on there. Stats for each deck with the ability to reset them whenever. Maybe I should do like loss. Each deck should be given a unique identified that never changes upon deck creation. Each edit should be assigned a unique version identifier for each version. It should... Yeah, but how much data is that storing? Is that something that is even like reasonable that we can assume that they would want to do or should do? Rank ladder for top 100 or top 1% of players. Yeah, we're gonna get into that next. Okay, all right. I want to read. I'm gonna read. No, I'll reread through it at the end. I've reread through it enough at this point. All right, up next is ranked ladder. I think this one will be quick to go through. I'm actually gonna. Well, as far as prioritizing stuff goes. Man, maybe we should assign a priority number to... I mean, we could go through every single one of these and do a vote. We could poll in the chat, like a 1-minute poll. And give stuff a... How do we feel about anonymous mode? So everyone doesn't have to make Smurfs for Worlds. Well, no, I think you just have to make a Smurf. I actually don't like that because we want at the end of it all though, Abanda, we want like a ranked leaderboard where it shows everyone's name and it shows if you're in top 100. So an anonymous mode doesn't work. You just have to make a Smurf, right? Because we want a leaderboard that shows everyone's names and where you are compared to other people and stuff like that. Unless you're arguing like it would show you as anonymous on the leaderboard as well. Like, don't they have that in Marvel Rivals where it's like a number and a bunch of stars or something like that? Okay, fair enough. Simple Swiper 88 is going to be rank 1. All right. I'll be waiting for it. Basically, you lose rank when you lose a game below Ultra League, so it's hard to get to Master League? No, it doesn't need to be hard to get to Master League. It's fine. The rank that you get to Master League right now is fine. It doesn't need to be harder. Like streamer mode in other games? Yeah, basically like streamer mode in other games. I guess you could being able to like pair against people like your name should be visible on the leaderboard, but maybe being able to pair against people anonymously would be fine. Like it gives you like some random like trainer name, like I don't know, Joe the trainer or something like that. Like having like a streamer mode like that, so when you pair against someone they don't know exactly who you are, wouldn't it be terrible? And it changes your name every time. And choose a small handful of things to be high priority. Maybe we should wait until we finish the doc and then choose a small handful of things to be high priority. But we could go there everything right now and give everything a rating of 1 to 5. Like we just finished the deck builder section, so we could go through everything right now in the deck builder section and give it a rating of 1 to 5. I feel like that, I don't know how long that would take, but I guess we could see how long it takes. We could test it. All right, chat, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna try this real fast because I want to see how long this takes. If it takes too long, then we won't do this. We'll maybe do this at the end, but we just finished everything in the deck builder category, and if we go through everything and you still think there's something missing in the deck builder category, then we can go through it again and try again. I really want card usage percentage. Can you still add it? I don't think that's something that we... That one, I'd have to be convinced that that's something that we need to add, to be honest. Oops. Okay, so... How badly do you think we... I'm going to put a 1-minute poll up. We're just going to see how this goes. I'm about to put a 1-minute poll up. And you guys are just going to pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for this. The first one is the ability to favorite an artwork of a card that we prioritize for importing / deck building. How badly do you want this 1 to 5? I think everything I'm going to go through on this list, we all want to a degree, but like rate it 1 to 5. The ability to favorite an artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing / deck building. Use the poll. Use the poll. Don't put it in chat. Use the poll. It's 5 urgent. It's just like not urgent, but like you think it's a big deal. You think it would like how much more enjoyable would it make your PTCG live experience, basically? But maybe that's how you should think about it. How much more enjoyable would it make your PTCG live experience to have the ability to favorite an artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing / deck building? Should have put on the poll what's on top. What do you mean what the question was? What are we voting on? The ability to favorite an artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing / deck building. On a scale of 1 to 5. How much more how enjoyable, how much more enjoyable, how much what was the phrase I just used? I used a good phrase there. In the context of deck building, I think it's a 5, but in context of all the other stuff that we'll cover, I don't think it's more than a 3. That's why it's hard to do now. I don't know, Jake. I think this one's a 5. I think this one's a 5. Even after we cover everything else we're going to talk about, I think it's a 5. 5 high, 1 low. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sure. Okay. Next one. In terms of increasing your enjoyment for PTCG Live, when importing a deck, if you don't own the artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own. Or theoretically, if a favorite system was implemented, a favorited card. 1 to 5. 5 being... Really want... No, I'm going to do a poll. Don't put it in chat. It's going to be a poll. Don't put the number in chat. It's a poll will pop up. When importing a deck, if you don't own the artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own or have favorited. Theoretically, if there's a favorite system. The favorite system obviously is ideal, but if there's not a favorite system, at the very least, hopefully your deck just gets filled out for you. How much more enjoyable will this make your PTCG Live experience on a scale of 1 to 5? I don't want this, to be honest. Seems bad. But you can't be serious. Dude, you have to be trolling. One guy? Dude, I have to just trolling. There's no way. All right, this one's a 5. Remember, if this wouldn't matter too much than you, then like pick something between 1 and 5. In relation to ranked ladder ELO fixes and clear battle logs, this is like a 2. In relation to deck builder, it's a 5. I actually disagree, Jake. We have to think about it in terms of like what just makes the Pokemon TCG experience more enjoyable for the average person. I think this is a really big deal. I think the import, how poor the import feature is in PTCG Live is a really big deal. Because it's so annoying, bro. And anyone who plays it, it's so annoying. Some people, dude, some people enjoy manually changing all it works. They don't own. Dude, iPod is just trolling, bro. Imagine I own 4 different arts, 1 each. Okay, I could, or what about this, Hafto? Should I say prioritizing using as few artworks as possible? How about that? Does that fix the? Because like, all right, when you import a list, make it an option IMO. Okay, but if it like let me see if what you said makes any sense. You 1-1-1 as opposed to 4 of a new artwork. You either craft the rest of the artwork you don't own. No, but it would still be better if it just gave you a deck to play the game with, right? Cooking any black and white decks already? If not, most hype one for you? All of them. I'll be cooking them on Tuesday and Wednesday. What about auto replacing other artworks if I'm trying to add a full art visual? Like if I have 4 of something in my deck, I want to just go and add a new art and have it replace others than having to go and remove them all, then research the card in order to add the new art. I have to explain that better. I don't quite follow. All right, next one. Theoretically, we'd have a third-party replayer too then. Use me as a, is this hard or easy to code reference? All right, next one. Yeah, maybe we should just go through all these. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, poll again. Win/loss/win percentage stats for each deck with the ability to reset them whenever you want. 1 to 5. How much would this increase your enjoyment of playing PTCG Live? Use the poll. Use the poll. YouTube chat, I can't help you. Your opinion doesn't matter, YouTube chat. I'm not gonna lie. Gotta go to the poll on Twitch, or it doesn't count. Dude, people really want these stats. Oh wait, shouldn't I take the average though? I shouldn't take the final. I should take the average, right? Everything is just gonna end up as a 5. Dude, that's what I was saying. Like this one should not. I feel like this one should not be a 5. I should be taking the average, right? I shouldn't be taking the final outcome. Yeah, everything can't be a 5. Wait, but how do I take the average from a poll? Like quickly. How can I do this quickly? Average of each chat, to be fair. This is why I think we should just wait until the end and then pick a select few to mark as the highest priority. All right, maybe you're right. All right, we'll give up on this priority system. It doesn't work. Well, I know I can do it, but how do you do it quickly? Do you see the percentages? No, I do, but how do you just rank them? I mean, I guess I could put the full number, screenshot, average later. I could do that as well, I guess. Ignore chat, rank them yourself. True. Count of 50, and then you have the median. So it'll take the masses input on this. Literally, just use your own brain and do it. Yeah, but it's not all about me. It depends on what everyone else wants as well. All right, let's talk ranked ladder. We'll worry about prioritization later. Let's talk ranked ladder. This one I am gonna make a. I'm gonna make it. We need a leaderboard. So I'm gonna make a need category here. Need leaderboard. And then we also need add a rematch button, so if both players hit the button, you can go again. You also have the ability to switch your active decks after you click rematch. The problem with the rematch button is though is that people could boost. So I don't think we want a rematch button. So ranked ladder, need leaderboard. We also need we need ranked incentives. What? I need some ideas for ranked incentives. Best would actually be good. No, best is too much. Emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emotes. Wait, actually though, that's actually a good one. Sealed product? No, I don't think that's not what's it called? Cosmetics. The exclusive, honestly, the exclusive emotes is a really good one. I think it's actually a really good one. No memes. Appreciate 17 months later, James. Please save us ladder grinders from queue times. That is something I'll mention as well. Queue times is definitely a problem. There should be a toggle feature that allows you to pick best of 1 or best of 3. No, that's not something worth worrying about yet. There's not enough people playing the ladder to worry about things or to even think about things like that. Like championship points is also something I would like to see on the ranked ladder eventually, but I'm not even going to mention that because we're so far away from that. More incentive to keep playing once you make it. Someone did say this. I kind of do like the idea of like leagues in Arceus, like having like bronze, silver, gold, or just having like Arceus League and then like other like I mean you could just have like top 100, top 250 and have things exist. Badges, I guess. Like I mean I guess badges would just be emblems, but it'd be like more Pokemon themed, right? Like if you get top 100, you get a top 100 badge, and then like you can accrue badges season after season. Like there's a top 10 badge, there's a top 100 badge, there's a top 250 badge. Maybe that would be the way to do it. There'd be a top 500 badge and maybe it stops there. So each season that passes, you can have like accrue badges. Just literally do exactly what Pocket does. It's perfect. What does Pocket do? Is that what I just said is exactly what Pocket does? You just said what Pocket does? Oh, okay, but it's emblems. There's emblems for top 1K, 10K, yeah. Okay, yeah. They're not badges, but emblems. Top X emblems. Top X emblems. I think ladder does not need to be harder because even if you lose 3 games in a row and then win 1, you still gained in rank. I'm not sure what you're saying there, trainer. Unless you're not talking to me. Or talking in general. I don't know if you're responding to someone. Every player also gets an emblem just for what rank on the ladder they got to. Like this specific rank. Like if you got 137th or something. I think the person asking for in-game chat knows what an ordeal that is. No, in-game chat probably should not exist. Getting physical product of the highest rank on PTCGL would be so undeserving. Getting physical product for the highest rank on PTCGL would be so undeserving. Not really. It just seemed like logistically, I don't think it makes sense. I don't know about undeserving. Are we not even close to the point where I can ask for custom rule sets and retro format support? Yeah, you gotta chill, Slap. We'll see you next year. They need to change the profile/icon so emoting doesn't look so creepy. Oh wait, that's a misc feature. Global setting to turn off. Global setting for opponents' emotes. They're saying you can lose more games but still progress on the rank ladder with less wins. Well, not once you're in Arceus though, right? Arceus, it's dependent on who you play against. But outside of Arceus, that is true. Why we gotta hate on PTCGL stream? I mean, that's not... I feel like it's been pretty... The discussion has been pretty civil so far. We're coming up with a list of things that PTCG Live needs to improve or should improve. No, they need to improve it. Now, like, if you only made it to Great Ball League, you get an emblem for that, but it's just stamped with that season. Top X gets special emblems in pocket. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, so for the ranked ladder so far, I have need, leaderboard, incentives, top X emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emblems, and then, what did James say? Save us ladder grinders from queue times. All right, so queue times are a problem. Where are the points where queue times are a problem? Queue times are a problem when you climb up really high. It's hard to find games. As you get close to Arceus, queue times also seem to be a problem. Not getting full reset is a need. Okay, that is, yeah. Not getting fully reset. And then also, if you were high in Arceus, this actually happened to me with the most recent ladder. If you're high in Arceus and then start climbing from Quick Ball League, like I think I was 1800 in Arceus, but then I started climbing from Quick Ball League. It was like really hard to find games. Arceus is the peak rank. It shouldn't be an easy task. It doesn't... I mean, it's not about getting to Arceus, though. It's about climbing in Arceus. That is the point that matters. Getting to Arceus doesn't need to be hard, like that ridiculously hard. Like, getting to Arceus is supposed to be something that someone can do casually to get, like, the cosmetics that you get from getting to Arceus, and that's fine. Like, getting to Arceus should... Like, most people who, like, play the game routinely should be able to play for this stuff. By getting to Arceus. Wait, you get the whole Coughing Squad? Or is this showing me everything that I got? Does it like stack up? Yeah, like getting to Arceus is like to get this stuff. And this shouldn't be like extremely hard to do. Like... I think the rank ladder and trying to reach Master Ball shouldn't be hard with all the rewards. The Arceus Elo is when you should try to climb hard if you want. Yeah, exactly. Like... being like slightly competitive, you know, getting the free stuff for getting to Arceus. It shouldn't be that difficult to get here. And then once you get to Arceus, it's like, all right, if you want to go hard, now you can. It needs to gradually expand the range of players you can play against. Longer you wait in queue. Yeah, exactly. Collect your rewards. All right, let's collect these real fast. What do we got? What do we got? Blaziken. Wait, was that the duck? Is this how we get the duck for Worlds? What the heck? They give you so much stuff. Did we get packs? Oh, here we go. I get 6 cards? That's it? Is there anything guaranteed? Oh, 7 cards? Oh, wait, 8 cards? Oh, wait, 9 cards? Is it 3 guaranteed super arts or whatever? Misty Duck? Dude, that'll be good enough, bro. I'm just gonna play it down and tell my opponent they can't use their Dusknoir. Above 16, you might have to wait a couple minutes or queue up multiple times. In 15s right now, there's minimal wait. We definitely want it to be faster, though. The goal is always to play as much Pokemon as possible. All right, I put out the incentives. And then the last thing would be Q. The only other thing. What else is there to talk about with ranked ladder? So I have need leaderboard, incentives for achieving top X emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emotes. Cool. Okay, yeah, end of season or ladder resets. Ladder reset. Reset. I don't know. Let's come up with what we think would be reasonable, though. Like, where should you get reset? The beginning of Ultra League, the beginning of Great League, and what there's Poke League, Quick League. I feel like it should just be the begin. You should just get reset to Ultra League. Okay, but then I guess the argument is like for the. I mean, I guess you just get the rewards by default. I guess that's like part of the trade-off. You should go down 1 league, depending on where you end the season. Should depend on your Arceus ELO. That's what I've said in the past as well. Like, maybe that's what it should depend on, is where you end in Arceus. Like right now, where do you get reset to? You get all the reset. You get all the way reset down to Quick League, like right here, right? You skip Nest League, but that's it. Okay, the other thing that I think could be an approach would be, what if they didn't reset the ladder every month and they reset the ladder every set release? If they reset the ladder every set release, it wouldn't matter as much if they reset you all the way down to Quick League, right? And honestly, the more I've thought about it, I was kind of down for like a monthly ladder reset, but I kind of like the idea of it being reset every set release. But like one of those every set release would be better. Yeah, I think so, right? Ladder reset. Every month is too much. Daily ladder reset. I would vote for set release. Set reset. All right, let's do a poll in chat. Let's just do a poll in chat because I'm curious to see where the numbers land. Ladder reset. Every set release or every month, but be reset to all right, I'm just gonna put every month because I can't actually put that much in the thing, but reset. All right, so I'm gonna do the poll in chat, and the ladder reset would be every set release or every month, but it's every month. You're not getting reset all the way down to Quick League. You're getting reset to the beginning of Ultra League. What would you guys prefer? Every set release or every month being reset down to the beginning of Ultra League? Use the poll in Twitch. It just says every month, but think of it as every month, but you're reset down to Ultra League, or every set release. One of those two. Twitch chat, poll. If you put something in chat, it's not going to count towards the end result. Sorry, YouTube chat. Get bodied. Like Hearthstone did monthly because you get circuit points based on each month finish, which was super lit. But we could see something like that happen in the future for Pokemon, though, right, Abon? It could be every month, and we could, like, be getting, I don't know, championship points or priority registration for tournaments or something At that point, would we want it to be every month? Like, if we think about the future of what PTCG Live could be, and if, let's say, end ladder reset placements led to something like championship points or something, would we want it to be monthly? It could still be it could be every set release as well. All right, so for the ladder reset, what I'm going to put on here is... reset every set release, or... I'm going to say ladder reset. Ladder should be reset every set release, or... if it is monthly, players need to be reset to the beginning of Ultra League from Arceus. Or what do they call it? Master League? They just have an Arceus there. If the ladder resets more often, that could be a turnoff for casual players. Just like farming free stuff. You mean less often, Jake? You should have your number ranked next to your name in Arceus rank. I can add that to the... I meant less. That is a fair point. Maybe having something for people to grind for monthly is a good thing. With people having issues finding others to play versus in higher ELO is an issue, and not resetting. Well, that is something we're going to mention as well. Something that should be changed. Is that queue times should be... queue times need to be adjusted. Or how players match players needs to be adjusted. Queue times. So where are all the problems where queue times come up at all? So at higher ranks in Master League. Thoughts on a placements game system? It just seems overly complicated for no reason. Like, it doesn't need to be added. There's just like easier. Like, it's just no one should be, when the ladder resets, no one should be in Arceus League. So it's, like, there's not that much depth to the ladder to have like a placement games, I don't think. We are wanting to promote more competitive play. If we lose casual, so be it. No, that's a bad mindset to have for sure. We want to have the ladder be more competitive, but to have as many casual players as possible want to get involved to some extent. Surely more incentives would equal less queue time because more people would be playing and saturating the amount of games. Potentially, yeah. But currently, we don't know like what the outcome of that is. As well, I just realized if leaderboard led to championship points and good prizes, top players would be playing their decks on ladder, and the meta would change progress so rapidly. Sounds so beautiful. It could be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool. It would definitely be pretty cool. Find. Yeah, like the potential is so high for the potential is like so ridiculous. The potential is just so high for PTCG Live, but the potential is definitely being wasted pretty heavily, especially in like the terms of the rank ladder. Has anyone mentioned the 4 different combination windows when you level up your character? No. We'll have to go through that stuff as well, to be honest. Holy smokes, there's so much stuff though. All right, rank ladder, need, leaderboard, incentives for achieving top X. Ranked reset. Ladder should be reset every set release, or if it is monthly, players need to be reset to the beginning of Ultra League from Master League. Okay. Queue times. At higher ranks in Master League, games can be hard to find. What's this? You. I understand this queue time complaints, but what is there actually to be done if there's no suitable opponent within the 100-200 elo? I mean, it's pretty simple about it. You just go, the current ELO range is +/-100. So all you have to do is every 15 seconds, 30 seconds you're in queue. We can say 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds you're in queue, it becomes +/-100, 150. And then 30 more seconds in queue happen, it becomes +/-100, 200. And then 30 more seconds in queue, it becomes +/-250. So it just like expands your range of being able to find someone the longer you're in queue. And then you're guaranteed to hit someone. The only thing to think about at that point is, but then if you hit someone who's like really low ELO compared to your ELO, then you would lose a lot compared to they would get a lot, and they wouldn't lose a lot if they lost. And you can just add a floor and a ceiling to the maximum amount of ELO you can lose and gain off a win or a loss. If I'm 800, should I be allowed to play 15 ever? Yeah, sure, why not? Just set a floor and a ceiling to the amount you can lose and gain. Who cares? It's all about just playing as much Pokemon as possible, as fast as possible. And the 1500 player, if they lost, should lose like 2 ELO. Yeah, exactly. I think you should fix the game, and then we can see if queue times are still a problem. That is also a fair point as well, Nucci. That is something I thought about as well. Is like, should we worry about queue times right now, or should they fix the game? Or should we see everything else fixed first, and then should we worry about queue times? I'm okay to like not add queue times to this list right now, and we'll see if other things get fixed first. Because if other things aren't going to get fixed, who cares about queue times, to be honest? But if other things get fixed, that also might lead to queue times not being a big deal. So maybe we don't need to add queue times to the list of things. Maybe we should like hone in a little bit more on the fundamental problems, because queue times aren't a fundamental problem, but they could be a product of the lack of other other problems, right? They could be that's the only reason they're a factor. Queue times are a symptom of the other issues. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so for ranked ladder, all I have is need, leaderboard, incentives for achieving top X emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emotes, ladder reset. Ladder should be reset every set release, or if it is monthly, players need to be reset to the beginning of Ultra League from Master League. Is there anything else to add for ranked ladder? For ignoring queue times, what else for ranked ladder? What else should we add, if anything? Spectator mode. I already have that on the miscellaneous list. You get a win streak bonus. You currently get a win streak bonus to like win up to Arceus. Dark mode. I can add dark mode to miscellaneous. I do agree. A dark mode would be nice. Not sure if it applies, but expanded / GLC rank ladder. No, that's not something we'll add. That's not like a that's not like a current problem. There's not enough players playing those things to have a ranked ladder. Pokemon hosts invitational tournaments with the highest ladder players and incentive. That's not tied to competitive play. I can add that as to like, yeah, as far as like if anyone has any other ranked incentives they would want to add, just like suggestions, like that would be a good one. Like if the top 100 players played in like a tournament or something each ladder cycle. Siege has a system for behavior. Punching slow play would be nice. I don't know if you can really add that to... Although we can talk about that as far as, I don't know what casual should look like, but we can add that to ranked ladder actually. I think that is something that does need to be changed. We call it time per match, or yeah, time per match, or match time. All right, I think, how much time do you get if you play in a game right now? 20 minutes? I think 20 minutes is too long. I think 15 minutes would be enough. And let's do a poll real fast, and I'm gonna go grab a snack. Per match, per side. 5 mins. 20 mins. Oh, actually, we can get weird with it. We can go like mins. There's no reason we can't do. We don't have to do flat numbers. Mins. All right, I'm gonna put 2 minutes on this. I'm gonna go get a snack real fast. All right. How much time per match per side? So like, how much time should each player have? How much time should each player have in a ranked game of PTCG Live? All right, polls up on Twitch. I'll be right back. 10 minutes was 30 seconds for finishing a turn. What do you mean finishing a turn? $20 minutes below Arceus, 15 in Arceus. I could see that for sure. When you click enter, you get 30 seconds to your timer. I don't hate that either. By the way, I'm only speaking in ranked ladder. I don't care what they do with casual ladder. This is only for ranked ladder. Show me things to improve on PTCG Live before the timer. We maybe don't need to make the timer less, but maybe maybe the thing to. Okay, maybe we don't have to care about the overall time amount, but I think something that should be addressed is how players take other players hostage when they're in a unwinnable situation. They'll sit there and drain the timer, but taking the maximum amount of times per action. So there needs to be a fix to that situation. Like the fact that players take players hostage and force them to sit there through the situations where it's unwinnable for them just because they're I don't know, being pissy babies. Like like that shouldn't be allowed to happen at the extent that it does. Can you make it so you don't auto concede when your client closes? We can switch from phone to PC, client restart on game freezes. Are you saying if it freezes on your phone, should you be able to open up PTCG Live on your computer and then resume the game? Report feature? But should it be a I don't know. Should you be able to report them? I don't know. Yeah, I don't like the idea of a report feature. I think it can just be fixed by. I think people are just given too much time to like make actions. Shorter turn timers. Well, it wouldn't be shorter turn timers. It'd be shorter action timers. Increment solves all problems. Yeah, I think there's ways to like overall solve. We don't need like a report feature. I don't think so. I don't think. Appreciate the 21 months there, POVJD. Shouldn't be reportable because it shouldn't be a problem in the first place. Yeah, exactly. Blitz mode, 3 actions, 3-second action timer. How would I even like word this? Oops. Please. So how many times has this hostage thing actually happened to you? I don't know, a couple. Is it a rarer occurrence than I think? I feel like it comes up more often than that. But I feel like people I feel like people are less likely to take me hostage than the average person. But maybe this hostage situation doesn't happen as much as I think it does. It's more in the lower tiers. I think time is okay as is, and people are getting held hostage that often for a change. I'm an Arceus and probably run only into 1 to 2 times a rank ladder. It's possible I was multitasking and didn't notice. Hostaging is an issue, but honestly, also the disconnects and crashes just from the app itself, and it takes a long time. Or maybe there's nothing wrong with the time issues then. Maybe it's just like my personal takes. I've been held hostage in months. Happens to me daily in master rank, getting held hostage. PTCGL mitigated hostage situations by decreasing the amount of time you were given per action and the game went on. Yeah. What was it? Was per time it like hit the clock. I've almost never been held hostage. It's more common that they disconnect and can't reconnect. I get held hostage all the time. Depends on what your deck aims to do as well. It takes forever to monkey effect. Raining Bolt will likely be held hostage less. All right, I'll put on your miscellaneous. Next to a match. Reconnect to a match. All right, I put the ability to be able to reconnect to a match. They're holding me hostage when I body them with spite ops. Okay, so is there any time problems at all? I think the time per action is currently too long on PTCG Live. Like, I think it should be shorter. But maybe I'm in the minority on that, to be honest. And if I am the minority on that, then we don't have to. Time per action won't fix the problem. I think the time per action should be lower, but I might be in the minority on that, to be honest. And if I am, we won't add it to the list. I just don't like the game for the amount of times cards don't work as intended or do something different than they should. Definitely the hostage situation I've had a few times. It's annoying a lot. Yeah, the hostage situation is super annoying, but maybe I'm overinflating it based on how like annoying it is. It doesn't happen to me basically ever, but I see it happen to people all the time. Well, it's all the time compared to what, I guess. But if it's not actually a big deal, then I won't add it to the list. If it's not that big of a deal, it's definitely some kind of deal. Okay, I mean, it could be shorter. But if it is have like 3 to 5 minute tokens per player for tough spots to think, like they do in poker. No, it's just like overcomplicating things, I think, at that point. Maybe it is just fine how we have it. Okay, so then for ranked ladder, all I have, maybe ladder in general, need, leaderboard, incentives for achieving top X. Incentives I listed was top X emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emotes, invitational tournaments for top X, players, each ladder cycle. Ladder reset. Ladder should be reset every set release, or if it is monthly, players need to be reset to the beginning of Ultra League from Master League. Is that it? Is that all we have for ranked ladder? I don't need to add anything else. All good. We won't worry about queue times or how much time you get to play in the ladder right now. We gotta make sure we aren't suggesting things that will stray the game from what IRL play is like, because this is a simulator. I mean, what is an example of that, though? Okay, so I think we're done with ranked ladder. So now we're gonna move on to gameplay. We did deck builder. We did ranked ladder. Now we're going on to gameplay. The only thing I have under gameplay right now is quality of life. When testing decks versus the bot, it should always be the current standard decks. What else? What else is like big things for gameplay? Maybe I need to like get into a game. Because the thing is, it's really hard to break down like all the things that need to be improved about the gameplay of PTCG, because there's so much. Like, stop animations from locking actions. When you research, you should start being able to drag around the cards. Faster animations. Faster animations. Okay. This is all gonna be like quality of life, right? Animation or super fast client, they just feel so slow because they lock you out. Oh, okay. Also, I'm gonna do a poll on these two things because I know how I feel about it. But I'm curious how everyone feels. Okay, for this one. Should prize cards be drawn for you? Obviously, if you play a card that interacts with your prize cards, where you would know where a prize card is, it would not auto-draw your prize cards. Besides that, if your prize cards are truly random, should your prize cards be automatically drawn for you? The poll is live. Vote yes or no in the poll in Twitch chat. The next one will be, should the game automatically flip the coin for you? We'll do that one next. Remember, I mean, when I think about PTCG Live, the goal should be to play as much Pokemon as fast as possible. I see that the World Championships just happened. I go over to Limitless or wherever, copy the import the deck into PTCG Live. I don't have any of the cards. I click the buy all button. It automatically buys all the cards or crafts all the cards in PTCG Live. I queue up a game on the ranked ladder. We get into the game immediately. The coin flips for us. The coin flips for us. I won the coin flip by default. I didn't have to pick heads or tails. I click yes, I'll go first. I take the first knockout because I donked my opponent or one of their Pokemon. The prize card automatically draws to my hand. Where are we at in the pool? We want to play as much Pokemon as quickly and as fast as possible. I voted yes, but I don't think it should be a universal rule for everybody as much as an option that can be turned off and on. I disagree, Mountain Dew. Well, I think it should just be universal, but if they at least gave us the option in settings, I would be down for that. I would be down for that as well. If they really feel that strongly about keeping like the game as closer to like the IRL game by that much, although I don't know how much we actually are at that point, but if we have to pick one or the other, it definitely should just be auto draw with no turn on, turn off. It shouldn't be able to be turned off and on because then I'm waiting for prize cards to be drawn again. That's true, because then you're waiting on your opponent. Yeah, actually, honestly, it shouldn't be a toggle. It shouldn't be a toggle because then you have to wait on your opponent to draw their prize cards. Like, nah, you just get them for free. An option to turn off card highlighting so I can better prepare for IRL games. I don't hate that, actually. Turn off card highlighting. Unanimous guess. It's kind of big. They need to develop a stock set of ways interactions should happen in the game. Like, there's no reason that Guardian ability is handled so differently from Grim, but my point is... Well, the reason is that it deals damage to the Pokemon. My assumption is that PTCG Live is checking to make sure the Pokemon would not be knocked out by the next energy that Gardevoir would be putting on the Pokemon. That's why they have it go place energy, place damage, place energy, place damage, place energy, place damage, because it's placing the damage to then check to make sure Gardevoir isn't going to kill something by accident. But there's no way that they can't code it so that you could throw 10 energy on a thing, and when you go to put the 11th energy and about to kill one of your Pokemon, be like, no, you can't do the 11th, though. There's got to be a way to do that without having to go place energy, place damage, place energy, place damage. But yeah. If you automate everything, nobody will be able to play IRL. I mean, that's just not true. Okay, so the two things I have to add. Prize card should be drawn automatically. +1 on the no highlight option. I think that'd be a really good feature idea. Okay, we can do that. If you just spam the ability without the... have to wait for the animation to finish, it would work. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Like I said, they're probably not going to try and actually fix Guardy before it rotates. So we have to, like... I guess, like, for, like, future... What was the name of the card that you looked at 3 and then put them back? Was it Peonia? That's my point, just about standardizing all the different ways mechanics interact. So instead of coding one card at a time, that they're coding them. Card issue exists on every card, like Professor's research. It's just more obvious on Gardevoir because of how bad the locking is in that case, but it happens for everything. But that's not true, Jake, because it doesn't happen for Baxcalibur's ability. When you use Baxcalibur, you can like spam click and the energy just like all float over to the Pokemon. It doesn't like have to finish an animation. Like they have done it. Then also like when you use Superior Energy Retrieval, you can like click 4 times really fast. Actually, animation doesn't lock. Oh, is that what you're saying? Oh, I thought you were saying like they don't have the ability to do it. I was like, yeah, they do. But yeah, I see what you're saying. In the current card that interacts with your prize cards without shuffling. Oh, I can put Daisy's help. Yeah. As the example. Okay, next poll I'm gonna do. Something not on the spreadsheet is that the experience on mobile and desktop is still pretty different, and a lot of the quality of life changes are needed on both sides. I guess I should probably make note of that. I know that they need to apply it to everything, and then it'll fix Guardian in the process. Oh, sure. But I feel like that's not true, Jake, though, because I feel like if that was true, they would have done it. Maybe not, though. Okay, next poll. I'm just curious if I'm wrong on this. I don't think I am. Should the coin flip be done automatically like like in Pocket, for anyone who's played Pocket. I'm gonna do a poll once again. Should the coin flip be done automatically like in Pocket? Poll in Twitch chat live. You can put yes or no in YouTube chat, I guess, if you want. Pocket just picks first or second. You don't even get a choice. Oh, sure. In PTCG Live, you should still get a choice. It should just say whether or not you won the coin flip. You should still get to pick first or second for sure. Because that's like metagaming. We don't want to like lose that. Yeah, so the coin flip happens automatically. The winner of the coin flip is determined automatically as you join the game. And then if you won it, you pick first or second. If you lose it, your opponent picks first or second. Does I need your help? Should I keep testing Dango for Worlds? Sure, seems fine. But yeah, we definitely need to be able to still pick first or second. Animation locking is a common thing in games in general because it avoids a lot of bugs. It's much harder to handle things when players can click as fast as they'd like, but in TCG Live's case, they should put in a work to avoid animation locking. I can't vote, but yes is one anyway. Would you have voted no, Mountain Dew? So what are you playing in Worlds? Probably Flying Pikachu Arceus. It's pretty broken. Okay. I'll probably like when I send this list through, I'll probably put a video. I'll probably record a video of myself explaining them a little bit more in depth, all the things as well, just to make sure it's like 100% clear on what I mean with each of the things. Easy to list of what we have. Yeah, here I can pin this real fast. I just put it in YouTube chat and also pin it in YouTube chat. Okay, gameplay, quality of life. The coin flip winner should be determined automatically, but the winner should still be able to pick first or second. Prize card should be drawn automatically unless a card is played that would give the player information on the prize cards, like Daisy's Help. When testing decks versus the bot, it should always be current standard decks. And then, how would you phrase what you said, Jake? Current gameplay PTCG Live is slow, mostly due to animations locking you out of making follow-up actions. This should be avoided at all costs whenever possible. We did. Okay, what other gameplay? I feel like there's got to be more gameplay stuff we can add to this list. Love to get better interaction to the battle log, especially on mobile. And then in your video, you can show research and try to play cards while it's still drawing, and then also Guardy. Yeah. I feel like there's got to be like other ones in gameplay that come up all the time that could be like better, right? It really is just you not being able to do like follow-up actions. Oh, also things just being miserably slow sometimes. Like you'll click, the lack of fluidity with like, let me just like test this deck and let's see if I can make it replicate it with this deck. Make it so in between turn stuff like frost doesn't count for your timer for the full animation. I think it's like fine for that to like count for your timer, to be honest, but it's like the animation is like super like slow. The way to phrase it is being able to take follow-up actions while being able to lock you out of the animation locking you out of being able to make follow-up actions, and this should be okay. I think I fixed it then. Okay, let me just make a thing. Let's see if it happens. I just want to find like examples of where it feels like the fluidity of the gameplay can be like better. So like it's saying your turn and then going over to my turn and then adding the card, like all that hiccup time is like super annoying. That was pretty fine. And I'm trying to find. See, like it locks me out of nest ball. It shouldn't lock you out of nest ball there. And then I want to be able to like grab Ogre Pawn to the hand, but then I want to be able to click Ogre Pawn and click on its ability while it's being searched out. And I use the ability, and then it does. I click Teal Dance. It shouldn't like the text bubble that comes up. And it locks you out of cards while you're doing that. Okay, yeah, it's like all those things are the thing. And what was the one that you kept bringing up, Jake? Was research. I should be able to bench my Mew while the deck is shuffling. Ultra Ball away those. Play Super Rod. This is fine. Super Rod cards go to the deck, but I should be able to play the research while the Super Rod's resolving. Attach Retry, I should be able to play. That was like fine. I mean, though, there's still a little hiccup there, though. I should be able to play the research sooner. That's not too bad. Selecting on grass is silly. Selecting on grass for Teal Dance is silly, yes. Things like Teal Dance selecting is silly. I feel like Area Zero shouldn't lock me out of Squawk ability. Unless, now, some of these things they might have to add a hiccup to, but it feels like there's way more hiccups than there needs to be. It feels like there's way more hiccups than there needs to be for sure. Also, honestly, I don't think the cards need to... This is maybe being a little bit nitpicky, but do the cards really need to flow in front of me and then go to my hand? Or can't they just go to my hand? See, like, benching Toad Scroll, stopping me from benching Toad Scroll is, like, bad. I bench a Toad Scroll, I can't bench... Like, this whole time... all this hiccup time is, like, so annoying. Now, some of it probably has to exist, so things don't just, like, bug out. but they definitely can get rid of some of it, I feel like, for sure. Also, when you open OnlyFez, it should have put it in the active automatically. We sat there for like a minute doing nothing. The only thing with that though is you don't want it to automatically basically tell your opponent that you only had one basic in hand to choose from, right? Although maybe you could just add a delay on the other end for the opponent, but I feel like making you do it manually actually isn't a bad thing to play around that. Yo, looking forward to watching your run at Worlds. This will be a choose my deck on stream event or a secret deck you cook up with your team. Good luck either way. Appreciate it, Irv. Haven't decided yet. They ask for stuff to fix, or is this just to document it? They didn't ask specifically, but this is like the point. This is one of like the points of like the role I've been given, or been like offered. So I feel like not doing this isn't taking full advantage of like the opportunity I've been given. Like the Rare Candy thing, when you play Rare Candy and there's a delay, it's telling your opponent you have another evolution mon in your hand. Yeah, but I guess it would be like if you only have one evolution mon on your board, or does it automatically do it then anyways? If your opponent's like, well, if you play Rare Candy, you can only Rare Candy this Pokemon, then the game should know that and then just immediately Rare Candy the Pokemon, right? For quality of life, I'm just gonna put like removing as many hiccups and animation lockouts / delays as possible to make gameplay more fluid. And I will like put a video with this as well. I think all animations need to be sped up by a fair amount so the game feels less like a drag. Yeah, I think animations maybe do need to be sped up a bit. Yo, what's up, you programming Porygon? This is a list of improvements for PTCG Live my chat and I came up with. This might be a stretch, but is this possible for this game to get a visual update? Seeing how much love Pocket gets makes me sad. Yeah, potentially, of course. Depending on what they want to do with it. Are you gonna play Riftbound as well? Maybe. Haven't really committed to anything yet, but possibly. All right. Under gameplay, all I have is a bunch of quality of life upgrades. Let me know if I'm missing anything here. I'm gonna read these off and then I'm gonna be looking back at chat. So I'm not looking at chat right now, but quality of life upgrades I have. Removing as many hiccups and animation lockouts / delays as possible to make gameplay more fluid. The current gameplay of PTCG Live feels clunky, mostly due to animations locking you out of being able to make follow-up actions, and this should be avoided as much as possible. I'll have some like videos breaking it down a little bit more as well. Animations sped up. Unsure if this is needed. If the other things mentioned above get fixed, maybe I should say get improved. The coin flip winner should be determined automatically, but the winner should still be able to pick first or second. Prize cards should be drawn automatically unless a card is played that would give the player information on the prize cards, like Daisy's Help. When testing decks versus the bot, it should always be current standard decks, or even being able to give the bot. All right. Anything else? Should rank them by importance. I guess we could do that in each category. We could rate each thing by importance. Dark mode? That's in miscellaneous. Is there anything else gameplay? Is there anything else in gameplay? We're focusing on gameplay right now. Focus on gameplay. Anything else? Exporting board states, not only battle logs, so you can remake the board states and see them. Battle log. All right, give me what would we want from the battle log more, Jake? I know you mentioned a couple of times already in chat, but give me another breakdown. So did PTCG Live devs ask Azul for this, or is this Azul's initiative? This is my initiative. Read my bug report. All right, I'll read your bug report and I'll probably just link it, Jake, if I agree enough with it, which I probably will. Or if I don't think it's like too, not if I disagree with it, but if I don't think it's too too wild. If it seems reasonable, I will link it for sure. I guess I'll put under quality of life upgrades, improvements to battle log. Improvements to battle log, and I'll link your thing. Game fully breaking and freezing when you KO a benched mon, forcing you to force close the game. Queue actions. We basically added that, pickled onion. That's basically with some of the other stuff. That's basically has that in there. There's a community ambassador role in regard to the whole TCG. The whole TCG. I like the initiative to offer this role to people. I hope you enjoy taking it. Well, hopefully, yeah, hopefully something comes of it for sure. That's what I'm hoping. Is the DC mobile issue quality of life or nah? So what's the DC mobile issue? Just like disconnecting all the time on mobile? Oh yeah, when you leave the app. Wait, break it down for me real fast. Break it down for me so I can understand. Because I played 0 games on mobile. Sometimes when I play Iona, my cards get stuck and float on top of my deck and slows the game down drastically. I think for those things, I don't think those kind of things, like bugs and stuff, bugs and glitches, is not the purpose of this feedback report. I feel like those things is where support tickets get involved or making a post in the forums. And those are things that they definitely will change. This is more of like, how can we improve PTCG Live versus just like bugs. Will you read my bug report? My teacher is asking me to teach the class about the top 5 insects. I got you, Slap. DM it. Could you differentiate between bench Pokemon? We could recreate the entire game from the log. I made up a situation why it could even matter in-game in the bug report, but I want it mainly for the implications of third-party things. Okay. I like to see my opponent's deck as we used to online after the match is over. We already talked about that one. Just mentioned before, but a true ranked ladder would be great. We already covered that. You should probably concede instead of making your opponent just sit there like we talked about earlier. Counter for your own hand size. Yes. Actually, yes. If you mouse over your hand, it should tell you how many cards are in your hand. If you... And wait, would that be the best way to do it? If you hover your mouse over your hand long enough, it should tell you how many cards are in your hand. Should we set all my opponents to mute by default? Yeah, I already covered it. I'm looking specifically for gameplay improvements. What are gameplay improvements we'd want to see? Things like discard pile closing automatically. I think they fixed that. I think they fixed the discard pile closing automatically. Leave the app for 15 seconds. It disconnects entirely. When you step out of it, Wi-Fi disconnects as well. You should probably concede instead of making your opponent just sit there like you talked about earlier. Oh, that's what Mountain Dew's saying. Dude, yeah, I would have been timed out already. I thought you were suggesting. When you play a card like Next Wall, is there a way to see the deck like we see the discard pile? Oh, in that view? No. Maybe be able to change the view would be nice, to be honest. Ooh. Hold up. I will end my turn because I actually want to search my deck. I don't think I've come across your message yet, Mello, but I might be trolling. Hover over deck to see cards in discard pile in hand. Ooh, that would be good. If you hover over your deck, it shows all the cards. Dude, you're a genius. Yeah, if you hover over your deck. Well, it says how many cards are in your deck. Hover over your deck. You can't interact with your deck anyways. If you hover over your mouse over your deck. Well, somewhere. Honestly, I like that idea. But like, what's like some? Like, if you played Nest Ball, should there be like an expanded view? So instead of looking like this, it looks like this. But like wider. It looks like this. Oh, so it looks like these. So it looks like your discard pile, but like in the center of the screen, and it's like expanded. Would that be better? It was like wide. Nobody sees if you screenshot, switch screens, interact with anything that isn't live. Okay, I'll mention. I'll put that one in there. Option to not stack cards. I hate the same card stacking. Like in the hand. All right, I got yours, Mello. Did you mention that if two players are challenging each other, it should automatically connect the two players instead of one challenge? Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Does that just go under MISC? So what happens if you currently challenge, if two people challenge each other at the exact same time, what happens? Like nothing happens, right? You both just sit there in the loading screen, right? For game, did you talk about things like Streamtail or Drifloon showing you the damage you'll do? No. Until one backs out to accept the challenge? Yeah. Battle. Okay, I put that there. Spread these up. They should send you a notification that a friend has challenging you and you should not, and you could accept or no. I don't honestly hate the idea of not getting the notification. Like, I mean, there is like a notification technically, I guess, but like, I guess it's just here though. So if I'm like here and someone challenges me, oh no, then this glows, right? This glows when someone challenges. I guess there's like some kind of notification thing going on, right? All right, two things. One, the area 0 bug, where if you draw into it, it's invisible and bugs your hand. And two, speed up the animations like back, Scardy, and abilities like that, where you do a lot. Yeah, the thing for like the area 0 thing, I think that thing is just best reported to them. I'm not going to add that to the list. It'd be cool if they have some sort of reward system after you hit Arceus, like every 200 points after 1500, you get a sleeves or coins or something cool for that each season. Yeah, I've already talked about that a little bit as far as incentives go. I think a top X system would be better, but it's kind of the same thing. Dude. Does the log scroll back every time a new activity gets registered there whenever you're scrolling down reading it? I think so. This is nitpicky probably, but I feel like the whole shtick to choose the energies to discard with something like Raging Bolt's attack feels like too much sometimes. I agree. It feels like not very intuitive. Like it feels like it could be done better. I don't know how it could be done better, but yeah, stuff like that feels like it could definitely be done better. I agree. Frosty. Oh, hand. So in Miscellaneous. Oh, right, this should be beat it in gameplay actually. All right, I just added, if you hover your mouse over your hand or deck, it should show your hand. Wait, it should show you card counts in hand and discard pile. Okay, yeah. I was like, what the fuck? How did I word that so poorly? Miss monetize crafting art rares as HIR of current set while the crafting lockout is in place. Can still open in packs. Let LDF watchers bling out and hire another worker to do all the things you're suggesting and fix the bugs. Monetize crafting. I mean, I don't think they're gonna monetize, so that's not like a reasonable suggestion. I don't think anything monetarily is gonna happen. What I want to do here? Check the battle log, right? On that note, let us turn off our opponent's bling for accessibility. Yeah, I could put that one there. Under gameplay, I guess. Or miscellaneous. We have cards that work based on hand size and how new ones out. We definitely need an easier way to know the exact amount. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Wait, did they? Oh no, they didn't fix it. It is bumping. Okay, so I'm gonna. Give us a battle log. Okay. Does your discard pile still close while your opponent does? You can't end your turn while you're looking at your discard pile? This AI is throwing? Yeah, no, what the heck? They're choking. Yeah, I do think they fixed this. I think they fixed it so your discard pile doesn't close as your opponent takes actions. Try theirs. Oh, good point. Good point. Range art is legal. Yeah, but only if you're top 100 in the world. They allow the top 100 players in the world to play with Radiant Pokemon again. Just join, you probably got this, but I feel like the evolve animation takes longer than it needs to. Yeah, we've added that to our list of like things. It'll be mentioned. Yeah, it goes inside with like everything else. Any turn shouldn't close window probably. Yeah, I feel like that's. Yeah, I feel like you should be able to end turn as you're looking at discard pile, right? But nothing closes the discard piles now, right? Yeah, I shouldn't have to click out the discard pile to end turn, to be honest. I should be able to like look at this as I'm ending turn. Like, I should be able to click end turn while I'm looking at my discard pile. Maybe because if the discard pile changes somehow. I just keep passing until my opponent's discard pile. No, they've played cards, right? They've played cards since I've done this, been doing this, right? And I'll keep letting him. I'll let him rock over here. Hey, let's go through a new one because I'll have more cards to play. Did they add or remove anything from the discard pile? That's a good point. That is a good point. Let's try again. Let's see. Maybe a re-challenge option could be added. No, re-challenge options don't really make a ton of sense because it could just lead to people boosting basically, or effectively boosting. Don't know if it's been recommended, but maybe an "Are you sure?" option on evolutions. When the reset happened, I had a lower ranked account evolve into a Zard when I had Thorns out. No, there doesn't need to be any "Are you sure?" options. If you mess up, you mess up. You're about to throw. Yeah, you know, honestly, you guys know about like having like the voice packs in like League of Legends. We should add them to PTCG Live And it's just whenever someone's about to make a misplay, it's just my voice. I'd be like, "Are you sure about that, buddy? You're about to throw." That would be sick. That would be sick. We should have the AzulGG voice pack. And every time someone's about to make a misplay, I'm like, "Are you sure about that, kid? Are you sure you want to make that play? You don't want to consider something else here?" Like the Tyler One AI coaching thing? Yeah, exactly. Oh, it did it, bro. It did it. It closed the discard pile. You appreciate it right there. The bolt up. We had good stream. Welcome in, everyone. We're dissecting PTCG Live right now, trying to come up with the master list of all potential problems. Appreciate the 39 months there. Primetime Wizard. Appreciate the Prime sub as well there. Coach Swole Lord. Welcome to the pack. I love if they let me hit a number on keyboard to grab prizes since they are numbered on live anyways. Well, hopefully it just automatically draws your prize cards for you. That's what we're hoping for. We're already ahead of you on that one. Well, I'm about to get benched out here. There's no indication to a friend list limit, and if it's full, it gives you a weird error message. I'll put that under misc. Limit. Gotta bench me out, bro. What the heck? All right, maybe I don't need to do this anymore. We saw it happen once, right? They played boss and it made me. I just want to see it happen again. But it might not happen again. Escape rope made him do it. All right, I guess that's a question. Let's say if I have my opponent's discard pile open and they play escape rope, should the discard pile close? I think no, but does anyone think differently? Like, I can obviously see that I'm supposed to deal with the escape rope, right? Like, I understand it being like one of those things where it's trying to draw your attention to the board, but I feel like the discard pile should not close, right? The Pokemon should just highlight and then I just have to click out of it and then. And if I don't interact with it and I time out, that's on me, right? It closed because the discard pile changed, not to give you attention to it. I don't think so, because that's actually no, that's definitely not true. Because when they were doing the other stuff, like when they played the Arvin, it didn't close. It only happened when they did the. It only happened when they played a card that interacted with my Pokemon. It's like when they played Boss's Orders. Is the only other time it happened. It's not happening. Yeah, it's not happening because the discard pile changed. It makes sense when you need to act. I don't even know if it makes sense when you need to act. Like my Pokemon can just be, they can just play it, and the board can just glow, showing me I need to pick an action. Like if I'm in here like looking at stuff, trying to figure stuff out, and then it just closes. That's like so. It's like so jarring and annoying. It's like, bro, I see you're playing the escape rope. Okay, like just let me finish my thought process here. All right, let me confirm. Let me confirm that it doesn't close just when a card gets added. On mobile, the whole screen is covered? Okay, I didn't know that. Well, I guess on mobile, it's fair then, to be honest. All right, so I should like specify desktop. Yeah, on mobile, I guess that makes sense because if the discard pile takes up literally the whole screen, then that's a good reason. If you take your time to choose an action during your opponent's turn, shouldn't it the time run off you for you? Doesn't it currently? I don't actually know if it does or doesn't. It doesn't really matter one way or another that much, to be honest. You have 20 minutes, lock in. It doesn't matter, lock in. Yeah, I don't know if it runs off yours or your time or your opponent's time. If they play escape rope here, to what? What are we trolling out here? What is this guy doing? It should close just say to get your attention. I think that's better for most people. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Do most people want the discard pile to close when your opponent does an action that you have to interact with? Also, it doesn't update the discard pile as things get discarded, which is also bad. You can run a poll. Okay, sure. Let's run a poll. Good point. I forgot about the polls. Okay, the question for the poll is, do you want the discard pile to close? Do you want the discard pile to close if your opponent makes an action that affects the board state? If they play escape rope, if they play boss's orders, do you want the discard pile you're currently looking at, yours or your opponent's, to close if your opponent makes an action that affects the board state? On desktop. On mobile, not on mobile. Desktop only. Because on mobile, if the discard pile takes up your whole screen on mobile, it probably should close so you can see what the heck's going on, but for desktop specifically, do you want the discard pile to close when your opponent makes an action that affects the board state, like boss, iron bundle, escape rope, anything that affects the board state? Obviously, like iron bundle and escape rope are different because you have to actually make an action, but the question, I'm just like kind of across the board as far as that goes. Like escape rope is the same thing as iron bundle, obviously, but like boss affects the board state. You don't have to make an action, but escape rope, yes. Boss, no. Looks like you guys are in favor of the discard pile closing, or at least it's like 50-50. So maybe it's not that big of a concern. I hate it, but then I have to choose yes, if not, no. Wait, could it be an option for cards like Kieran that increase damage stay on board next to your opponent's active until your turn ends? As in, you're ready to show damage modifiers through trainers? I mean, it's just not necessary though. Like it could, but like, yeah, no. I mean, it could, but like, it's not like a problem that it doesn't. It's just neutral. I close the discard pile. I don't know if that's the way people, if that's what people like, then that's fine. You want discard pile to close? It's like 50-50. So it's not really that big of an issue. It's not something that needs to be changed. I feel like you should be able to end your turn while you're still looking at the discard pile, though. The game should never act like it knows better than the player what the player should be looking at. That's how I feel. That's how I feel as well. If I'm looking at the discard pile, I want to be looking at the discard pile. I don't care if you play Iron Bundle or Escape Rope or anything. But it does only, the discard pile only gets closed when your opponent does play a card that you have to interact with. I guess you could argue for the sake of the more casual players, it is probably best that the discard pile closes and the attention is brought back to the board, even when something like Boss's Orders is played. So even if I don't like it, it's probably overall best for the betterment of the game, right? Make it a setting. Could make it a setting, I guess. All right, let me go over. All right, everything we have under gameplay. Everything is quality of life. Even just delete this because everything is just quality of life. All right, everything I have under gameplay. I'm gonna read everything under gameplay. If there's something that we feel like is missing, let me know, and we'll maybe add it. Removing as many hiccups and animation lockouts / delays as possible to make gameplay more fluid. The current gameplay PTCG Live feels clunky, mostly due to animation locking you out of being able to make follow-up actions, and this should be avoided as much as possible. Animation sped up, question mark. Unsure if this is needed if the other things mentioned above get improved. The coin flip winner should be determined automatically, but the winner should still be able to pick first or second to improve fluidity of gameplay. Prize cards should be drawn automatically unless a card is used that would give the player information on the prize cards, like Daisy's Help, which once again improve fluidity of gameplay, play more games faster. When testing decks versus the bot, it should always be current standard decks, or even be able to give the bot one of your decks to play. If you hover your mouse over your hand or deck, it should show you card counts in hand and discard pile. Battle log shouldn't scroll when you're looking at it as your opponent takes actions. Remove the noise of clicking on your deck when you have the battle log open, and click in the area where the deck is. Which is the dude, this is so annoying. Wait, no, it's not this. When is it? Wait, did they get rid of it actually? Oh, there it is. Wait, this doesn't make any noise. This is my favorite right here. I hate that so much. We'll do it one more time. All right. Other battle log improvements. That's where I'm gonna link Jake's thing. And then while on desktop, you should be able to end your turn while looking at your or your opponent's discard pile. Sure. And then, all right. So that was everything for gameplay. Is there anything else? Anything else I should add to the gameplay? Love that spot. Yeah, my favorite spot. There we go. Anything else that should be added to gameplay? I'll be adding like, for all like the animation stuff, I'll be adding like short videos breaking down what I mean. Probably just doing like a test deck like this, like we did. Does it end turn when you click on that area in the battle log? Does it end turn? No, it does not. Where's that? Right here? No, it does not. But for some reason, it picks up that you're clicking on your deck. Where's it here? Does not end the turn. When opponent goes AFK, you're left agonizing for 3 turns so the game triggers surrender. That would be a nice improvement, to be honest. When opponent goes AFK, when opponent goes AFK or leaves the game, what should I put? They should be forced to concede faster. How would that even work, though? Should they be forced to concede faster? Okay, I just put when your opponent goes AFK or leaves the game, they should be forced to concede faster. The game should give me better starting hands. Help a brother out here. We were talking about a replay system. That was added to the list. Did you tell me damage counters to move with Monkey Door on desktop? On mobile, you have to put 3 if it's available. You can. Are you sure you have to do that on mobile? Oh, okay. How many people care about this? It sounds like we don't have that. Unless I missed something. If I missed something, go ahead and put it in chat now. If I didn't bring it up, then I missed it. How many people still care about this? I still care about this. I would like to be able to flip the board the other way around. I want it so my opponent's Pokemon are flipped. A bug fix would be maybe a day of work for one person, and they can do it third party. Well, be able to invert. What is it? Be able to invert your opponent's a setting to be able to invert your opponent's side of the field. I would really like that. Relatively minor. After the game ends, I'd like to stay on the game board and inspect things rather than being sent to the summary screen. To mimic your view would be in a real match. Okay. What's wrong with PTCG Live? Exactly. Make the game not drain my phone battery so fast. Even switch the default coin to anything that doesn't look like it has heads on both sides. We added that basically, Maze. We made it so like you could set your own default thing. You got to search your deck for a card. Can it show what's left in the deck instead of having to scan through it, just like a wide view? I brought that up. I kind of would like the, like, yeah, if you play Nest Ball here, having it be like in like deck list, like a scroll for, like if you look at the discard pile, if you're looking at a discard pile, but your deck. I kind of like the idea of that, to be honest. I kind of like the idea of that. Search your deck, show all the cards and gray out the ones I can't use or something. Don't make me click to see the whole deck. A grid of cards would be great instead of a list. Yeah. You could view discard pile like a deck, or deck like discard pile. You view discard pile like deck, or deck like discard pile. I mean, I don't know if they should change it so that you can view a discard pile like you're viewing the deck currently, but just like make the deck look like the discard pile, basically. Going through it with a wheel is kind of cleaner. Now you're trolling. What the heck? Doing a grid of what is in the deck when searching, I feel like would speed up my personal prize checking. It would, yeah, it would definitely speed up prize checking. Did you write down scroll wheel? No. Oh, you mean being able to use your mouse scroll wheel to be able to cycle through stuff like this? Is that what you mean? I'll add that. That should probably just go under gameplay. Ooh. Would it basically only be for... Can you use the scroll wheel on this stuff? Oh, you can't. Dude, this is so slow. You're putting in work. Is it just my scroll wheel, or is everyone's scroll wheel like this? Everyone's? All right. Are the opponent's deck list at the end of the game? We didn't end up adding that to the list of things. I just don't think that's... I don't think it's like a necessary feature. I think these are things that like everyone would enjoy and want and like are big improvements to the game. I don't think being able to copy your opponent's deck list at the end of a match is like... Now you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, because if I'm wrong, I will add it. But I just feel like it's not something that actually matters that much. You can't play expanded in friend battles? That is crazy. You cannot, no. Poll? Oh yeah, it's poll it. Good call. How much do you care about or getting, because I can't put everything, getting opponents. Wait, no, didn't we pull this earlier? I thought we pulled this earlier. Deck list. We'll pull it again. Getting opponent's deck list. We'll just do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much do you care? 2-minute poll. Getting opponent's deck list after a game. How much do you care about having that? It wouldn't be like a setting where you could like turn it off and on, but. I personally think it's like a thing. If like if they added it, that's fine. But if they never add it, that's also fine. It's not like a feature that is like. It feels like it's a huge quality of life improvement, or like or like needed. But I'll see. I think we literally did this poll earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I think we did this poll already. Generally, I feel like the inputs and actions don't feel very fluent. Every click and every action takes forever. Can't cancel certain unnecessary UI, animations, etc. Yeah, exactly. That's like a big thing that they need to still improve on for the gameplay. Pa. So please tell the devs of PTCG Live to patch in landscape mode on Dablet. That's on the list. That's on the list. Oh wait, maybe we should also should we talk about some of the too many end screens, right? Too many end screens, too many end of match. How do I even like how am I gonna even word that? Too many end of match screens. Means to get into the next game. Too many confirmation screens to get into the next. Let me just like queue up a game and concede real fast. I'd like to be able to delete a deck that is my active deck. I added that to the list. That's on the list. I mentioned the fact that the prize card count is shown twice on screen. A bit unnecessary. I haven't, no. Link to share deck lists. I mean, isn't that basically what importing is, though? You go through this screen, and then you go to this, and you get to the end of that. And then there's the... What if they did the emote here? What if they just emoted here? Why, instead of having like the extra emote moment, why don't they just emote here? Then you click continue, and then you see the match rewards. And let me do that again. Like what? So all right, you want to concede? I do want to concede. Boom. And I get the defeat thing. That's fine. But this whole thing, where what they're saying and them like posing, should happen here, and then like right here, it should have end match rewards. The match reward should be on this screen as well. Have them pose, and put the end match rewards like right here at the bottom, or like up here. So just put it somewhere. Look, there's space to put it, right? Move both of these things. Dude, I'm not. What? Add friend. Battle log. Yo, what happened? You conceded. What? Continue. Match rewards. And then don't you get like another screen here sometimes when you actually get rewards? Doesn't it tell you again what the match rewards were? Match rewards should also show how much elo you gained or lost. That is a good point. Yeah. Don't think so. It doesn't. No, that's on level up. Okay, I think we might be done with the list. All right, let me go over. I'm gonna go over everything once again in the gameplay section. I'll go over the bottom half because that's just what we added to. When your opponent goes AFK or leaves the game, they should be forced to concede faster. Setting to be able to invert your opponent's side of the field to mimic what your view in an IRL match would be. Being able to use your scroll wheel to scroll through your deck. Mouse scroll wheel faster in the battle log. Mouse scroll wheel scrolls faster in the battle log. Being able to view your deck in a grid layout when searching it, similar to looking at your discard pile. Too many confirmation screens to get into the next game. Too many end of match. You level up, then you get another screen to show you get purple stuff, and you have to click OK. Okay, that's the one I'm thinking of. All right, miscellaneous. We haven't gone through all these yet. So miscellaneous is basically like nothing inside the other categories. There's no indication for a friend list limit, and if it's full, it gives you an error message. When two friends challenge each other, it should put them in a battle, not make it so one has to back out of challenging to accept the other's challenge. Mobile games disconnect if you screenshot, switch screens, or interact with anything that isn't PTCG Live. The ability to reconnect to a match, dark mode, global setting for opponents for muting opponents' emotes. PTCG Live doesn't work properly and can't be used on Mac OS. Match history, ideally with a replay system. Spectator feature, landscape mode on tablet. Ability to play expanded or trainer trials in friend battles. Cards with Poke in the name should be able to be searched with Poke or similar situations. Please make them reconsider picking the coin flip. Just make a random person choose who goes first. No need to actually pick a side. Eats too much time. No, but that takes away strategy from the game. You definitely want the players to be able to pick first or second, because you want to be able to pick a deck that wants to go second in the meta game and then be able to take advantage of your opponent choosing first when it's a go first meta and you choosing second. It shouldn't pick first or second for you. Yeah, it default picking first or second for you is bad for the TCG. It automatically winning one of the people the coin flip is fine. Like the winner of the coin flip should be decided just instantly as you get into the game, and then the winner picks first or second. That's what they're saying. Oh, wait, that is what they said. I misread their question. Yeah, that's what I meant. No need for me to choose for heads. Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with you, Pa. I thought you were saying a random person should be given first. I misread your message, though. That is literally exactly what you said. That is what we all want, I think, yeah. Well, no, not all of us. Some people voted no in the poll. All right, I'm going to read through the list one final time. All right, do we want to put prioritization on stuff? Like, do we want to be like, how badly do we want these things to be improved? Is that something that we should do? I don't know if that makes a ton of sense to do. I could also do that myself. But we could do that. For some, maybe. I guess should we just mark what we think would be the highest priority for improvement of the game? Priority lists and video examples could help. Who knows how much attention they'll give to this? I will find out, I guess. I will be giving some video examples for sure. Top 5 or 10 list. I'll do like a top 5 to 10. Priority number 1, rejoining a game after a crash/freeze. I feel like that's not priority number 1. I think it should be up there for sure. Close/open to rejoin a game, high prio. Maybe I'm wrong though. More people are saying in chat. Personally, I think you have enough experience to know what exactly has gameplay impact and what doesn't, and how to prioritize it because you play so much. Asking if you'd like to play again after a match to rematch. No, we already talked about why that's a bad thing. Well, it could be like finding casual ladder, I guess, but it'd be nice if I tab away from mobile on my phone. It wouldn't crash when I return and occasionally log me out. We do have that on there. It sounds like that should be a pretty high priority, to be honest. I think the battle log thing is super high priority because of what it do for the game as a whole and how small a change it is. Ability to copy opponent's deck list. That's not even on the list. That didn't even make the list. When copying list from limitless, it should choose the cards you have rather than... We added that to list. I think the import thing is a pretty high priority thing personally. For what we'd want. Yeah, maybe we just mark them high or nothing. So we just mark it high prio or no prio. So it's like high or nothing. So I think the importing deck stuff, to me, that should be high, I feel like. For the impact that it could have. Imagine if you could review exported games on stream. I mean, that could be cool, but I feel like it's not as... I feel like for like the really competitive minded players, that's cool, Jake, but I feel like that's like the minority for sure. I could be wrong on that. Autofilling versions of the cards with cards I own. Yeah, that's on the list here. And I can pull this up. So this is the list. So for deck builder, I have importing decks. Maybe I should like change the... Is there a better way to like mark this? Can you do like a red like... I'm really bad with this. Can you do like a red square or something? Just make it red. But can I make like a square? Can I put like a red square or something? Red circle. How to use that? Wait, where do I get that? Can I just do this? I just put these in here. Oh, nice. We're dropping emojis in the spreadsheet. We have an easier rarity switch function. If I have max count nest ball and want to change the rarity, I currently have to click off all four, search nest ball, and re-add all four. That is one of the things we added, DD, was we added the ability to add more than 4 of a copy of a card to a deck list. So that would like solve that. So then you could just like add the art you want and then get rid of the other art. So that would make deck building more seamless. I think that would like solve the issue, right? You just click on the nest ball that's in the deck, go to the artwork you want, add 4 of that, then click on the artwork that's currently in there, then get rid of all of them. Is the luck in the game completely random? No, actually it's favored towards people with more championship points. So whoever has more championship points in the game has higher luck. Yes, the RNG is completely random. It's really annoying in the trainer trials GLC format when you can only use 1 of a card too. Yeah. Yeah, like the more than 4 thing, I think the more than X thing would make it easier. If you can play more than X of what it's currently being limited you to. For those with streamer clients, chill. We got the ambassador client now. We're on a whole nother level. So I think these are high prio. Well, should we put like a thing next to all of them or no? Probably not. Win, loss, win percentage stats for each deck with the ability to reset them whenever. I don't think that's high prio. Mass Crafts has buy all button for all cards not owned in a deck. I don't know how high prio I actually put this. Folders for decks. I don't think that's that high prio either, to be honest. The ability to mass delete decks and move decks to folders. The ability to drag and drop decks into folders. The ability to view your whole deck in a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. None of these stand out to me as being like super high prio. Someone let me know if they think different in chat. Leaderboard had really high prio. Yeah, we'll get there. Masscraft seems like an easy thing to code in though. Well, if they think it's easy, then they should just do it. If they think it's easy, they should just do it. I think these two things are high prio though. This importing stuff I think is a super big deal. All right, quality of life for deck builder. Be able to set the deck you are currently editing as active, and have it take you to the play screen. Not super high prio. The ability to favorite accessories and have them become the default. Not high prio. Unowned card button should be easier to find. Sort deck list by type of card and count of card, items, supporters, stadiums, etc. See Limitless Deck Builder as an example. When adding a Pokemon with an evolution line, have the rest of the evolution line suggested to be added as well. Allow you to add more than 4 of a card to help make deck building more seamless. So this is what we were just talking about in chat. Artworks of cards in a deck should be at the front of the list of artworks. Should be able to delete the current active deck. Is it called a library? Allow us to recognize the visual deck list. What do you mean? Do we have less passive aggressive emotes? What do you mean? This is just a red circle. How is that passive aggressive? Bro, honestly, they were right, bro. Kids these days are too sensitive. It's called PTCG Live. A new sort method that shows cards in most to least used order, or a sort method that shows favorited cards. No, passive aggressive emotes in game. The thumbs up is rude. Oh, I thought you were talking about the emote I put in the spreadsheet. I was like, bro, what? Dude, just mute them. All right, so I don't think any of this is high prio. Does anyone disagree with me? I just read through all of the quality of life upgrades for deck builder. I don't think any of that is like super high prio. Someone disagree with me, or disagree. Someone disagree with me if you do. Sure, I'm not the only one that feels that way. You probably aren't, but you can just mute them. Okay, ranked ladder. Need leaderboard. Double prio. Oh, wait, no. 2. But you see the whole deck list? That is in here, but I don't think it's high. Do you think it's high prio, Suzuki? We have that here. The ability to view your whole deck in a single screen on desktop like you can on mobile. Deck editor, the ability to move your cards around while viewing the whole deck. Like reorder them. I think we just need to add. They need to like order the cards in general. I guess you being able to order them how you want wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Incentives for achieving top X emblems, cosmetics, exclusive emotes. I think this is high prio as well, but not as much as just having a leaderboard. Invitational tournaments for top X players, each ladder cycle. Ladder reset. Ladder should be reset every set release, or if it is monthly, players need to be reset to the beginning of Ultra League from Master League. Should high prio have a star instead of red circles? Makes it look like you don't want them to add it. I'm going to put a video with this explaining everything, so I'll make sure to mention that that means higher prio. Can we have an exchange all for cards we don't own? That is on here. That's on here. Okay, that's ranked out. Gameplay, removing as many hiccups and animation lockouts / delays as possible to make gameplay more fluid. The current gameplay of PTCG Live feels clunky, mostly due to animations locking you out of being able to make follow-up actions. Or should I say to queue up? Queue up actions, and this should be avoided as much as possible. I mean, I think both of these are high prio. Like, Control V. 1 and 2 are basically the same. Yeah. I'm gonna keep both though. Animation sped up, question mark. Unsure if this is needed if other things mentioned above get improved. Yeah, so I'm not sure about this, but I think that could still be a solve. So I'll put it in there. The coin flip winner should be determined automatically, but the winner should still be able to choose first or second. I want to put this high prio because I feel it could be a really easy thing to add, and I think just making the experience of the gameplay better, and I think playing more games faster would make the experience better. So I feel like I want to put this high prio because I think it would be super easy to do, but I don't know if ease is something that we should put out there as making it like high prio. But I think like if you don't have to sit there and call the coin flip, play more games of Pokemon. If your prize cards are drawn automatically, play more Pokemon. I don't think it's high prio. Maybe use a yellow circle. Add more circles. Should we do green, yellow, red? I just tuned in. I'm sure this has been brought up a million times, but Cynthia's Garchomp top attack is worded I may. Yeah, I know. They're fixing it in the next patch. We're not super concerned with just like bugs, because bugs will get fixed for sure. Or the high prio. Such a long pregame when opponent just goes AFK or concedes. Yes, for green, yellow, red. We should do green, yellow, red. Do they even have the other circles in here? Oh, they do, yeah. These are all green. Or am I overcomplicating it when I do this? Oh, I can just copy this one. What am I doing? Too complicated? You're overcomplicating? Okay. We go back. Just red, just red. Just some high prio and that's it. Okay. So prize cards and coin flip, we're not gonna say high or high prio. When testing decks versus the bot, it should always be the current standard decks, or even being able to give the bot one of your decks to play. If you hover your mouse over your hand or deck, it should show you like one of them. It doesn't have to be both. It should show you card counts in hand and discard pile. Like those should be, you should be able to have those pop up somehow. Battle log shouldn't scroll when you're looking at it as your opponent is taking actions. Remove the noise of clicking on your deck when you have the battle log open and click in the area where the deck is. Other battle log improvements. This is where I'm going to link your thing, Jake. Right here. I'm going to link your thing here. Well, on desktop, you should be able to end your turn while looking at your or your opponent's discard pile. When your opponent goes AFK or leaves the game, they should be forced to concede faster. Setting to be able to invert your opponent's side of the field to mimic what your view in an IRL match would be. Being able to use your mouse scroll wheel to scroll through your deck. Mouse scroll wheel scrolls faster. Should scroll faster in the battle log. Being able to view your deck in a grid layout when searching it, similar to looking at your discard pile. Too many end of match confirmation screens to get into the next game. This is another one where I would want to put this high prio, but we won't. We'll leave it here. Are any of these high priority? Are any of those things high priority that we just went through? Doesn't the conceding point contradict the being able to rejoin games? Not really. You can do both. Theoretically, if you're trying to rejoin the game, it shouldn't take that long, right? If you're trying to rejoin the game, it shouldn't take that long. Viewing while opponents taking actions. Well, we did a poll, and it seemed like most people actually liked that the discard pile closed when like an action happened that affected the board. I think the animation of your little dude in the game after you win or lose is a waste of time and should just take you back to the main after you admit defeat or win. We talked about that, Timothy. Yeah, all the victory screens should be combined into one screen. I would say that's high prio. What do we think? Is that high prio? So basically at the end of the game, you see 3 victory screens. You see the winner doing their emote with their slogan, and then it cuts to the face-off post-match thing, and then it cuts to the things you get after the rewards for playing the match. But that should all be on one screen. High prio? I'm down to make that high prio. I want to see some of these. I want to see some of these things get us into the game faster. It takes too long to get into a game of Pokemon. To the next game of Pokemon. Miscellaneous. There's no indication for a friend list limit, and if it's full, it gives you an error message. When 2 friends challenge each other, it should put them into a battle, not make it so one has to back out of challenging to then accept the other's challenge. Mobile games disconnect if you screenshot, screen switch, or interact with anything that isn't PTCG Live. This should be high priority. The ability to reconnect to a match. This should be high priority. Dark mode. I mean, I want that to be high priority, but global setting for muting opponents' emotes. PTCG Live doesn't work properly or can't be used on macOS. Match history, ideally with a replay system. Spectator feature. Landscape mode on tablet. Ability to play expanded and trainer trials and friend battles. Cards with Pokemon in the name should be able to be searched with... Oh, cards with Poke in the name should be able to be searched with Poke and similar situations. I feel like this should actually be high priority. A lot of you are complaining about this, to be honest. The landscape mode on tablet. I didn't even know that was a thing. But like, a lot of you brought that up. So I wouldn't mind giving that one high priority. Last one is high prio. Dude, that one should just, that should be an easy fix. Last one doesn't need to be high prio. How many people in chat would put high priority for a change that makes it possible to view your games just by exporting and importing to the battle log? macOS should be double prio. True, that one should have high prio as well. Where was the OS one? Visual product manager here. What I would focus on in this list is getting to a consensus of this is the top 10 things we care about and want to fix, and working on with the devs to share roadmaps. Should we do a top 10? You should pull it. Wouldn't the prio mark be giving like our top 10? How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, well, so the thing is with some of these though, it's like bugs that I'm sure the devs are aware of, right? So like this, should this even be on the list? I almost feel like this shouldn't be on the list. I think they're aware of this. People have reported to them. I'm sure they're working on it. I don't think this should be on the list. We want to look for things that are missing that need to be improved. So this should be deleted. RIP. This one also shouldn't be high prio. Landscape mode on tablet. Can we leave landscape mode on tablet? Or is that something... I mean, I don't know if they're aware of this one, to be honest. I don't leave landscape mode on tablet. Let me go through these again. That's just ideally replace them. This one as well. Mobile games disconnect if you screenshot, screen switch, or interact with anything that isn't PTCG Lab. I would bet that they are also aware of this one. I bet they're aware of this one. This is once again one of the things that they're working on. I assume they are working on this to make this happen. So I could bring it up. I could keep this on my list, but... add another subsection for bugs? Sure. Do you see the fuzzy search comment I made back in the builder? Because if so, then that last one will be covered by the fuzzy search comment. Also, the fuzzy search should be high priority. I don't think I added the fuzzy search thing, no. Or I did not add the fuzzy search thing, no. Join matches kind of fixes the mobile disconnect issue. Actually, for me, at all is about accessibility because I am low vision user. Making it screen reader friendly would be much appreciated, but that's only so much they can do. On mobile, if you change the battery settings to de-restricted, then it doesn't close the game when switching apps. Keep on list separating to bugs and then priority list under the goal of play more games faster. Okay, I like that actually, Pickled Onion. Okay, bugs. Okay, let's first do play more games faster. Play more games faster. I'm just gonna copy all the ones with the red marks then. And then at the end of this, I'll just put bugs. I don't think you need to make it a second section. All right, so we're just assuming the ones with the what's it called are the things then. Okay, sure. We'll just put these ones down here. Okay. You said it doesn't work on macOS. I play every day. Well, it doesn't work for a lot of people. For some. There's quite a few Mac users in chat who are saying it wouldn't work. Copy and paste one of the bolded titles from above and change it to the bugs. Oh, sure. I should be able to do this, right? Okay. What do we it was actually high prio. The ability to reconnect to a match. How many end of match confirmation screens you get into the next game? Leaderboard. I love a filter feature in the deck selection list. Well, we added one of the things we added on here was folders, so that would basically do that. I feel like, right? Just got here now. Someone had mentioned transitioning between PC and phone within a match. That was mentioned. I don't know how realistic that is though. Okay, now is there any way I can get the battle log thing to high prio? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna put the battle log thing on high prio. Let's go through it one more time though. The ability to favorite artwork of a card that will be prioritized for importing slash deck building. When importing a deck, if you don't own an artwork being imported, the deck should be filled with artworks you own, prioritizing using as few artworks as possible. Features, win-loss percentage stats for each deck. All right, so we already went over those. We went over all these. Artworks of cards in the deck should be in the front of the... Went through all those. Ranked ladder, leaderboard, incentives for playing ranked, ranked reset. I think this one actually is kind of high priority, to be honest. Oops. I think people are getting really frustrated with the ranked reset right now. I think it's kind of been building up for a while. I think that needs to change. This one's kind of the same thing, but I'm gonna keep them separate. 5, 6, 7. Like a top 10. Too many end of match confirmation screens to get into the next game. 8. The ability to reconnect to a match. 9. Maybe we just do 9 then. Is that enough? Is that fine? What about improved search options? I want to search by attacks, energy type, keywords, damage. I think it's not like a fundamental thing that we need, that we want change right now. I mean, we can do another of these streams in the future when we have more problems or things get improved to the point where we can look at other things differently as well. You can search with keywords currently, and apparently you can search with keywords currently. Because of how small the changes, it makes it a high priority. I think you say that for like a lot of things. With how small they would be. I think there's a lot of small things right now. Is there an entry for a consistency pass for card functionality? Moving energies around with card effects, etc. are inconsistent between mons. I have no idea what the... I'm not sure what that question is, Jill. I'm not gonna lie. Are you sending this to the devs, or is this just for you? I'm not sure who exactly it's going to get passed along to, but there is like a communication between. Theoretically, it does get to the devs. Yes, theoretically, some of these, or theoretically, yes, a dev will look at this, and then whatever, if they do anything with it, who knows? But yes, or someone will look at it and then decide if any of it's worth passing along to the devs. That's the, yeah, my assumption is yes. I guess I don't know for sure. I don't have a for sure answer, but my assumption is yes, this will get to the devs. All right, I'm gonna go through this one more time. No, I think we got it. Do we need to add anything else? That's actually what I want to ask. Do you think there's anything else we need to add? Ability to massive delete decks, ability to mass delete decks and move decks to folders. Is there a link to the docs? Yeah, it's the pinned message in chat. Just don't know if you mentioned anything about meaningful cosmetics. Like, it, for example, seems like a missed opportunity. We didn't get an Iono outfit with Journey Battle Pass. No, not really anything like that. If not hot it could be fun to have randomized cosmetics, */end text, or even queue up with a random deck. I think the ability to send friend battles and expanded is a high priority for GLCs that expanded tournaments. True. Just add .com to Limitless. Add trading, you're banned. Aim at tournaments, and if you win 20 of them, you get free entry to the next regional. 20 in a row. Need functionality above appearance and cosmetics. Yeah, functionality and functionality is like one of the most important things for sure. Functionality and then ranked ladder. Give an easier way to change rarities of a card when improving a deck. Well, some of the things that would change in this would make that easier. Yes, it would help that. Yes. Okay, I think we're good then. List good? Let me go through it one more time. Was there any other things that we should put in the bugs section and remove from the other section? Do we put adding the black and white XY card pool, or is that not really what this is about? It's not really what it's about. It's also they're aware of that and they are doing that. Are we submitting the list to Chip? No. Create a way to disable Team Rocket card audio specifically. The Team Rocket card audio is pretty dreadful, I'm not gonna lie. It does hurt. What's wrong with Area Zero? It's got a couple bugs. Is we just getting what are we discussing right now? Not really anything anymore. We're basically gone through everything. We're getting to the end of it all. Be a possible challenge friends to best out of 3 or best of 5, etc. Oh, that would be actually that would be a nice thing to have. It'd be like low prio. It would be nice though. Specifically for like online tournaments, I guess, but it would still be nice to kind of be able to do that. I gotta make a video with this stuff. All right, I think that's it. I think that's good. Unless anyone has any gripes, any closing gripes with my list, let me know now. But if not, I think that's gonna do it. So I'm gonna take this list. I'm gonna make a video going a little bit more in depth on every single thing in the list, and then showing some gameplay examples for some of this kind of stuff. And then I'll send it through the community ambassador program, and hopefully it gets into the right hands, and hopefully it leads to some changes happening. Some changes happening for PTCG Live. We'll see. That's the hope. That's the goal. Hopefully that's what this opportunity of becoming a community ambassador leads to. Yeah, I'm hoping that some change can happen for PTCG Live for some things you want to see to make the client bigger and better and all that fun stuff. When you KO Pokemon and they have nothing on the bench, it'll force you to draw prize cards. Should auto end the match. True. I'll add that one actually. When you KO your opponent's only Pokemon in play, the match should end, and you shouldn't to draw any prize cards. Is it anywhere you go right into another game after that game ends? No, but in the end screen there could be a. Ooh, but in the end screen there could be a. What does it say on PTCG Live? There could be a play again button. Yeah, there could be a play again. There should be a play again button. That's actually huge. What the heck? Why do we not have that? The cringe? All right. Play again button in match end screen. Cool. Good shout. Good shout. I can't believe they added GLC but don't have black and white or XY fixed. It's so stupid. How about rematch option? No, rematch doesn't make any sense because you can boost someone. Like I queue into my friend and then we rematch and I concede, and then we rematch and I concede, then we rematch and I concede, then I rematch and I concede. And if there is theoretically some potential rewards on the ladder, the ranked ladder, even just like someone like cheating their way to get to ranked 1 is kind of cringe. So yeah, rematch buttons I don't think are any good. Oh, I guess this is actually another thing. I didn't actually ask the chat. This one I don't like. All right, chat. I'll ask the question first, and then we'll do a poll. How do you guys feel about being rematched into the same opponent multiple times in a row when you queue up on ladder? Thoughts? Two in a row is enough. All right, I'm gonna do a poll. One more poll. All right. All right. All right. In the chat or on the poll, I put the options no more than 1, no more than 2, no more than 3, no more than 4, no more than 5. So, but no more than 1, no more than 2, no more than 3, no more than 4, infinite. Or 1 times. I should do 1 times. 1 time. 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. 4 times. All right, so the poll is, how often do you want to hit the same person in a row? 1 time, 2 time, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, infinite. All right, put the poll in. I put the poll in Twitch chat. Make your opinion aware. Not back to back, and this is back to back games. This is back to back games. You want to be able to hit the same opponent multiple times in a row on ladder. I personally don't. I don't like that you can do that. I don't like that I can queue up a game, hit someone, and then queue up another game and hit the exact same person. I personally don't like that. But at what point do you think is too much? Or do you think infinite? If you hit the same person 10 times in a row, you'd be fine with that. At some point, it does get a little bit old, right? There's definitely a point. What is that point for you? Vote in the Twitch chat. Rematch option would be nice if you can't. You can't do a rematch option because then people could abuse it to ladder boost. Because currently you can hit the same opponent in like infinite times in a row, right? I'm actually not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure you can match the exact same person, like theoretically, like infinitely times in a row. But a rematch, but not for a rank game? I guess that would theoretically be fine. So 1 to 2, not much more than that, though. You currently cannot send expanded magic questions to a friend. Okay. That is a thought. What would you think of them releasing PTCG Live on consoles? I mean, it would be fine. Yeah, be a fine thing. Okay. All right. I think that's it. That's the full list. We have all the whole list. Got everything. We got it all. All right. Chat. It was a fun stream. Like I said, I hope this becoming a community ambassador, this opportunity leads to some change in the game. That's the idea. I'm gonna head off though. I'm gonna head off for the day. Tomorrow, scheduled for the rest of the week. Tomorrow, playing in the Smart Series tournament. Gonna play some PTCG Live before that. Gotta figure out what I want to play in the tournament as well. And then, I'm gonna release a cool new type of video that I've never really released before. Yeah, I guess you could say it's like similar to like a Wolfie style of video. I'm excited to release that tomorrow. Appreciate the 3 months there, Omega Samurai. Tuesday, Wednesday, we're gonna be building deck lists for we're gonna be building deck list for Thursday. New set releases on Thursday. Gonna be doing a 12-hour stream on Thursday, giving away some ETBs from the black and white sets. And oh, also tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow. But I'm also gonna be doing a invitational tournament with the black and white set release on Saturday as well. Can we see the list? It's the pinned message in the chat. Pinned message in the chat. Yeah, invitational tournament, high level players playing with the new set legal, double eliminate, best of 2 out of 3, but double elimination bracket. That will also be happening on Saturday. Appreciate the prime sub there. Fall Rogue, welcome to the pack. But that's it. That's it for me. Let's find someone to rate here on Twitch. As long as I can find someone to rate on Twitch. See if there's someone to rate on Twitch. What time Saturday? Announcement Monday. Raid Video Game House. All right, that's it. That's all I got, chat. I will see you tomorrow. Like I said, online tournament, and I'll play PTCG Live, something like that. Have a good one. Goodbye.